Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
Right.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there was never a sense of here's an olive branch coming to my tent.
But there were a million people that voted for Nikki Haley in battleground states, and I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like, he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on Battleground Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed, but I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan. That is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third-party candidate, Green Party candidate Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration, with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in this state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in. Too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in, Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say, come right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County, I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes, so still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until that happened, which is why Tom Llamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, you know, Tom Llamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only two population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings, and I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's Mountain Time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official. Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today. He does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. And it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost
Garrett
5 days
Haake,
later.
You've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have two things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's check in on the road to 270 as we put the map up on the screen. All right, there's the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play. Too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now, the closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare Heard of 4 years ago, but again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County, but she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020. Again, there's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, if we move the state over here, I'm going to pop over all the red counties, and you can see how he's overperforming. 68, now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75, he's at 76. We'll come over here to Navajo, 53, he's at 61 still. Half the vote's out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how much ahead Gallego is over Kari Lake right here. So you could have that split ticket voter effect in Arizona happening right now. Again, Gallego's at 52%, Kari Lake's at 46%. When we come back to the president's race, 50-49. So you can see what's happening there. We even heard Jen Psaki talking about this, right? There could be voters who, you know, the border's important to them, the economy's obviously important to them as well, and they could be picking Trump for the presidency, but Ruben Gallego for the Senate, guys.
I think the abortion ballot measure passed as well in Arizona. So, you know, voters aren't always sticking to the categories people want to put them in. Can we see the Nevada Senate race? So if Gallego gets the Democratic seat, that's a hold for the Democrats, and Jackie Rosen trying to go back to the Senate and hold that seat. How's it look in Nevada?
Look, this is neck and neck right now. And Dems thought that they were going to have this, you know, this was a lean Democrat. They didn't think this was going to be a tough race for them. This is a little tough right now. But again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. Let's see. We can see how compared to Biden. She's slightly underperforming Biden, but again, there's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in. In Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state, neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming. Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on. You can check in on that, report back. Oh, no, look, you're so fast on that board now. What do you say?
Tim Sheehy, look at this. The incumbent John Tester is down. This was the most expensive Senate race, I think maybe ever, in Montana here. This was a huge fight, and we only have about 30% in, so we can't really draw too much from here. But we can see how, this is a very red state. Trump was at 56. He's performing at 51 right now, so he's sort of underperforming. But look, it's still early in the night. There's still 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is one we're going to be watching closer there's still a lot of counties that haven't even reported vote yet. So still very early in Montana, but the Republican, Tim Sheehy's on top.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. We're back with our panel now, along with our guests, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri, and Mark Lauder, Strategic Communications for the 2020 Trump campaign. Good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh, boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier and try to acknowledge that this country is divided, incredibly divided? I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, I'll stretch it one more question further, has he made the process more coarse in general, the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style, and he speaks in his language. But I also think, when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016, and I thought actually he gave a much more open speech to bringing the country together, because that was his first moment speaking as president-elect in 2016 in the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign themes.
I mean, let's remember we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bedbug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, we're not, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it, yes. He said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, but remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days after the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it, but to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Well, and that, I think...
So you got chewed out?
You got chewed out.
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
I between the lines on that one.
Yeah, so we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah.
Well, just to speak to that, I mean, again, we don't have to rehash all of it here, and we're still waiting for Pennsylvania to be called, but he is somebody who has called journalists the enemies of the people. Just at a rally recently, he talked about being surrounded by bulletproof glass, and that if somebody wanted to come after him in a attempted assassination again, they'd have to shoot through the media first, and he'd be okay with that. His campaign tried to suggest that's not what he said, but that is the kind of language that we have heard from him consistently.
And remember how he launched his campaign vowing retribution. And in recent weeks and days, we've heard him talk about his political rivals as being the enemy from within. His vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, has spent a lot of time answering for that in interviews that he has done.
Well, just to bring everybody up to date, 1:30 on the East Coast, and we are awaiting Donald Trump, who's expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines, and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike, is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this, but Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks. And we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm. but we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? Is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into in some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have, 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, I mean, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interest for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember, when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done, but that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault, as opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order, and I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous.
The fuck is gonna Orban
so that's
do?
another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if Donald Trump wins another term, if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out, but since you brought it up, Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton, again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And then I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number. 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change.
That's a 50%
These are early
increase.
exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving, and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco. 62%, 61%, you know, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was in Biden County in 2016 as well, right, by a slim margin.
It was Clinton County.
I'm sorry,
you're right.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this is the only collar county. Yeah, Hallie, you're right. This is the only collar county Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue-collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better, in some of those rural places. He, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew out a very large African-American population and vote in the Philadelphia area. Yes, did well in the collar counties. But Biden really won it because of the collar counties, and that's what made his win in Pennsylvania so different.
Everyone's speechless here. I guess it really is 1:40 in the morning, except for they're not speechless. They're cheering there at Trump headquarters.
I think we can go
West
there.
Palm. Yeah, I think we must be getting close to that moment with Donald Trump. His motorcade, we saw it coming, so I think...
Garrett Hake's there.
Yeah, he's there. We can listen to him and hear what the crowd is hearing.
Yeah. Savannah, I can tell you right now, the anticipation far outpaces the available information about what Donald Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them. A successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, you know, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states where they're just underperforming. Right.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one, the Omaha adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage. It's nearly 2 a.m. in the East. We're looking at the scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, where supporters of former President Donald Trump are celebrating. Early celebration. The race has not been called yet, but there is anticipation that the former president will speak here tonight, and so there is great excitement. Let me hand it over to Kristen Welker right now, who can talk about the other big headline of the night, and that's the balance of power.
Yeah, Lester, Republicans cheering for this as well because NBC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look, you can see right there, 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican, I just got a text from a source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
In the second administration, your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers. And the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about. Young men, there's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC guy, out there with Donald Trump.
By the way, speaking of, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted, or X'd, or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here, talking about children's health. He's big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. So you saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the Trump fold as well.
Well, Elon Musk is so fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor Jon Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Haake, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance, and in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time coming.
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you, you know, we've been reporting for weeks that this is going to be a tie, and we've seen, you know, what Democrats now see. Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that, you know, there but for the grace of God go I, you know, Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems?
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, you know, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump at a lot of his rallies kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous. But their theory of the case was always that this electorate existed and they needed to prove it to be true. And I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep potentially of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right. And we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. Right. This network's still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear? Who will be in his inner circle? And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail, his son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time, and both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight if, in fact, he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40-year-old J.D. Vance, who served in the United States Senate for 2 years, is on the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean, this is a moment moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about the who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between, because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean,
Right.
the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will put, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department?
Or HHS. You're not-
HHS, yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which
he
he
would be.
himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads in
Well,
there.
I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say, though, is that when it comes to, whether it's in the national security space, in all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 6 o'clock p.m., 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know, because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
Talking about his
from
former
Congress.
chief of staff,
Correct.
Reince Priebus, yeah.
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks, all of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize how to communicate with him and also what your role is. I mean, I think this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation, but there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. We have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, Obviously, Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign,
Right.
which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, I mean, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game
And
for him.
potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And so, and we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark, too. So, listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state. And because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, or these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
We've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key
told to stand
battlegrounds.
by. Yes, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right
That's
now.
it.
Donald
It's
Trump
showed.
difference of 180.
Vivon Zulul.
95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
I was looking there going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
Tom, to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. Oh, in Maine. There's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So just to, I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning, she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, you know, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where, you know, the polls showed 49-49. I mean, I think
well, maybe someone wrote a concession.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for, you know, being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, you know, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent, but there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She wasn't even supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So there is, it was a very different vibe coming into this. She talked about, and her campaign cast her as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss, because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties, and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing, I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, and it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone sort of hanging on there at the Supreme Court, but it's something that Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of. The Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts. Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing 3 legal battles and was also convicted.
He's got
a November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will
There are 2 state cases. The sentencing case, the sentencing is in the New York State case, and then there are 2 federal cases which will functionally disappear.
Go away.
I mean, they'll go away if he took office and they were still going. He could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how that works functionally. And he'll fire Jack Smith on day one, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day one. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's interesting.
Very clear.
Think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date before him, whether he just tables it or, you know, but in any event.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out
It could. It'll be very interesting.
happens.
Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, you know, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. You know, so he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants.
I see you have
so
your
it would
court,
be surprising.
your court TV hat back on here.
I know. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that call. At least one other network has, and the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that we're our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions, so they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, well, barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, it's sort of all over, but the voting. But we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes. But I can guarantee you Donald Trump is it. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump administration.
There's another piece of history that if this goes the way that it seems likely to go here, and he does hit 270 electoral votes, he would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Haake. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us, knows this. Mitch McConnell will not be in Senate leadership anymore. I remember in 2017 when Kristen and I were, newly minted White House, or you were a White House correspondent, I came on board. There's a lot of discussion about the Republican establishment and Donald Trump, and would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way, barring any big surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all senators that are in what you'd call the MAGA mold, right? These are people that have run campaigns that are in the same vein as the type of campaign that Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan who, at a certain point in his career, attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment. Maybe he thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that his seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he could to make himself in the MAGA mold. And now he's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this new group of senators. We haven't called that.
Yeah, I'm just peeking. He's leading by a little bit. We have it as too close to call.
Well, I mean, you look at Senator Marco Rubio, who I just saw there. I mean, all of these former opponents, it's either get on board or get run over. And, you know, that's kind of the way that it's been, and many of them have. I mean, former Trump critics, I might mention J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic who is about to be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and people with a lot of influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis. And they've talked about how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way he presents himself or the way he talks about people, but they also realize that, and what is clearly evident tonight, that he has captured the pulse of at least half of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board, and more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of governable posture? You know, they're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action, because Donald Trump has laid out a long list of things he'd like to get done. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn it.
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's the first president to serve 9 consecutive terms in more than 100 years, but think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to separate themselves from him, much like you're discussing, Ryan, and who'd written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary, and now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
Often of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow a whole group of Republican senators who were seriously thinking about voting to impeach him, and put Donald Trump in a position where he would not be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal decision.
Decided in the courts.
He would be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes.
I want to show you very quickly a photo of Donald Trump apparently taken backstage. This is not it, but there it is. So he's... I
think that was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago.
One of the other... I'm sorry, I was going to say, one of the other things, I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral vote. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other battlegrounds look like? Yes, we've called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all still out there. His campaign, his allies would be thrilled with a battleground sweep if that's what this turns out to be, as a talking point that will drive them over the course of the next 20 months.
Well, not only that, I mean, Donald Trump has been extremely clear about his agenda, whether it's no tax on tips or if it's tariffs, if it's, you know...
Mass deportations.
Mass deportations, the war in Ukraine, cutting off the money spigot, trying to negotiate an end to it right away. I mean, so, you know, if he wins a battleground sweep in the popular vote, it's not that people didn't know what they were voting for.
I do wonder, and especially when you put it in that context, that was one of the things that Vice President Harris struggled with to some extent, and they made the calculation that she wasn't going to get specific about every single potential policy issue. And she is someone who, of course, was thrust into this race with 100 days to go, who had frankly never won a primary. I mean, remember, in 2019, she dropped out before Iowa.
You know what's very interesting in one of the exit polls? Kamala Harris's favorable rating, 48%. Donald Trump's, 44%.
That's right.
People like him less, and it appears
but the people who liked
into
him,
an office.
The people who liked him showed up here, and maybe others as well. And look at Joe Biden's approval rating, too. I do think that comes into play here. His favorability at 41%.
Well, they may not like him, but they like what he says. They like his policies.
I talk to voters all the time that say, I can't stand him. I don't like the way he picks on people. I don't like his tweets. I don't like the way that he picks on people that aren't like him, but I love his policies.
But in his mind, does that validate his worst instincts now? I mean, will the lesson for him of this election be, you know, course works?
And also, it doesn't matter, Lester, right? Because he's not going to run for re-election again. That's it. He's going to have these 4 years, and he's the same Donald Trump, but he may govern differently. And what I mean by that is that he knows Washington now. The first time he didn't know Washington. Now he knows Washington. And also the people that are going to sign up for his cabinet, they know what to expect. You remember, all these people signed up, they got approved, and then they quickly were dismissed. What we saw with his campaign that was different from 2016 and really from his White House presidency, the team he assembled is the team that stayed. Right, his campaign team, those around him, are the people that stayed. What's different this time around, though, Trump's inner circle is much different. You've mentioned this. No more Jared, no more Ivanka. There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people like Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him. They ran against him, but they stayed very close to him. You could see positions like Secretary of State and other cabinet positions being offered to these senators.
Some of the OGs are still around, right? Some of those 2016 people who came in early are
Kellyanne Conway.
I think it's Rory Lewandowski who's back in the fold.
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor. I'm told not planning to go back to the White House, but I think these are people who will continue to be in his
They'll be in his ear. But I wonder, to your point, though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what we saw in 2020 and 2016, aside from the candidate himself, the operation was far more disciplined than what we saw in those previous two election cycles.
Absolutely.
Chris LaCivita, who I covered for a long time as a political reporter in Virginia, Susie Wiles, they at least kept the overall message of the campaign, very focused throughout the entire time. Now, he would get off the rails from time to time. That made their lives difficult. But you found them keeping everyone together and focused on a specific message.
But look at the Donald Trump we have seen in just the last few months in terms of message and
He's about to take the stage. Let's listen.
Here's Donald Trump now coming out.
Donald, please. Damn right, brother.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Yeehaw!
you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
He starts sentences, but doesn't know the end of them.
In Montana,
Like,
Nevada,
he's full bullshit.
Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud.
Amalia.
She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman.
What?
I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump...
Special need, maybe.
Who did you say?
Special, I don't know.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Former President Trump making about 25 minutes worth of remarks, essentially acknowledging
That's it, I guess.
He has been called by other networks, not this one so far, as the next president of the United States, coming out with family and supporters there, a crowd that had waited a considerable amount of time, but obviously eager and happy about the outcome of the evening. As we said, NBC News has not projected that he is over the top yet, but he has a clear path to victory and the White House at this point.
And we just saw Barron Trump, 18 years old, cast his first vote in a general election for president today for his father. And people say that Barron Trump has actually had a lot of the ideas about having his father appeal to young men his age.
One of the young men
seems to be part of the coalition that we're seeing take shape now.
You heard from former President Trump there. Again, we have not called the race for president for him. We have called the race for Pennsylvania for him, and that appears to be the critical key for him to get to 270 at some point throughout the course of the early evening. He has not officially won the popular vote yet, although he is leading on that front. We have not officially called control of the House of Representatives yet. That could take a while. He clearly feels confident about that, saying that they've won. Again, that is not the case just yet. The Republicans do have control of the Senate, but you heard former President Trump there say that we have an unprecedented and powerful mandate at this historic moment here. He is now, once we officially call the race, would be the oldest president ever elected, only the second president elected to a non-consecutive term. You saw him basking in the moment. At one point, he looked around and said something like, "Isn't this crazy?" I mean, he looked around and said that this even happened. He was extremely confident, at least publicly projecting that
And
in
he
the days
raised
before this moment.
He talked about having almost lost his life at an assassin's bullet this summer, and talked about how he feels that some of his supporters, or at least feel that he was saved for this moment, and so he took that tone as well.
And Savannah, he called it the greatest political comeback in the history of this country. He might not be wrong if you think about that. He survived 2 assassination attempts, right? One that was very close. 90 criminal accounts, right? He was in court throughout his campaign. He was primaried, won that primary, fought all those criminal cases. A lot of them are still ongoing right now. Again, survives the assassination attempts, loses his mother-in-law. A lot happened to him over the last 2 years. And here we are at this moment again where it looks like he's on his way to re-election.
Yeah, he'll be, he's supposed to be sentenced, I think, the 26th of November on felony charges.
And that, even saying that sentence here, right, in this moment, is unprecedented.
You have to
right?
wonder, though, and I think we'll have to go back and look. I mean, was that what turned it for him on some level?
He would tell you that it is.
Yeah,
So the minute he started
called it a
getting indicted,
persecution.
especially that New York case that was
Fundraising
regarded
numbers
as,
went up.
His poll numbers went up. I mean, you could see the lines, the graph. I mean, Governor DeSantis thought he was on his way to the nomination. He was leading in all the polls. All the criminal indictments start, and his numbers start to shoot up. Democrats, even though they said they were following the letter of the law, some Democrats, Republicans will say, played politics with the law, and they went after him for political reasons. That might have been the biggest political miscalculation in the history of our country.
You talk to a lot of Democrats. They wonder if perhaps it took the Department of Justice just too long to get this process moving. I mean, if you talk to the folks that sat on the January 6th Select Committee, they wanted the DOJ to move a lot faster than they did. It wasn't until the Select Committee had done all of its work and then handed those referrals over to the Department of Justice that they moved specifically on the cases related to January 6th. And by that point, we were already into the campaign season. It became a political issue instead of a legal issue, and that may be something that they look back on and regret.
It was really the big X factor hanging over this entire race. How would his legal challenges impact his political prospects? But just zooming out, we're talking about how historic this moment is. You have to take a moment to think about how historic Donald Trump is as a political figure. Think about when he first ran for office back in 2015 and made disparaging comments about Senator John McCain, and a lot of people declared that his political career was over in that moment. And what we have learned from having covered Donald Trump is that he is immune to things that other politicians would not be able to survive. And now here we have this extraordinary campaign where he has survived 2 assassination attempts, where he's on the track to be the oldest president in office. And again, just the second person in 100 years to serve 9 consecutive terms.
Let's talk about that mandate that he has claimed, a mandate that's political speak for saying the people have spoken. My election win was so convincing that I have been sent to do X, Y, and Z. So, Ryan, you'll be covering Capitol Hill.
Right.
What is that mandate, do you think?
Well, I think, first off, there is one person that's probably watching the returns coming in, still very closely watching a lot of House races across the country, and his name is Hakeem Jeffries, who is poised to potentially become the first black Speaker of the House. The House is very much in doubt right now, and if Democrats still controlled the House, that's going to be a big red light to any Donald Trump legislative agenda. Even though the margins are going to be tight on any level, it's going to be very difficult for him to push through a lot of these big ticket items that he's talking about. But to your point, Savannah, it is going to be very hard for even the more moderate Republicans who don't necessarily describe themselves as being from the MAGA wing of the party to resist the pull of what Donald Trump has accomplished here tonight. He definitely has the pulse of the people, especially the people that voted for him. And I think he's going to go to these members of Congress and say, look, I just ran on this particular agenda and I was successful. You now have to make that agenda a reality.
I think there's an existential question for this president and, frankly, for the next Congress, which is how can they try to bring this country together? We saw in these polls, we saw in these results tonight just how divided, how divisive things have become. Donald Trump has not necessarily run on a unity message.
Do you think he has a mandate of unity?
I don't. But I do think that there is going to be a hunger for that. It's something that former President Barack Obama promised, that President Biden has promised. It hasn't happened yet. The country has only gotten more divided over time. I think the nation's hungry for
And Savannah, he set a high bar. He has set a high bar. He said he's going to figure out what's happening in Ukraine with Russia. He's going to solve it on day one. And also the war in Gaza with Israel. He's going to have 2 giant issues that you could argue had a huge impact on this presidential election. And he said on day one he's going to solve them. Well, he set the bar. What will he be able to do? And the entire world's watching this election right now. We're talking about all the issues at home. The entire world. There's a new president in Mexico. What's going to happen with immigration? There's so much going on right now globally. And now Donald Trump, once again, reelected, it's going to shake up the global political
And the
course.
things he can do unilaterally, such as tariffs, for example, which will have an immediate effect on the economy. So, I mean, look, he has the levers of government, he has the United States Senate, he might have the House.
Some might argue he has the Supreme Court as well.
I was just about to say he's got the ideological balance as the Supreme Court. He may get to appoint 1 or 2 more.
right.
And so when you have all of that power and the responsibility, you also have the accountability. So if he has this mandate and acts on it, then in another couple of years, we'll be talking right here at this table about whether or not Americans approve of the job that's been done.
Keeping in mind that the policies he's put forward that he would do in his first day, in his first 100 days, for example, they are controversial and in some ways divisive policies. When you look at even that sort of core tenet of potentially mass deportations on day one, we saw in the exit pollings that actually more Americans would like to see a legal pathway for immigrants here, a legal pathway to citizenship than they would mass deportations. The other interesting point here is who he is going to be surrounding himself with, which we've touched on tonight. And it was interesting to watch that speech. He shouted out Elon Musk. You heard the Dana White, UFC head, shout out to Joe Rogan, the super popular podcaster. This is the coalition he has built around him. He's also talking about RFK Jr., of course, former third-party candidate, through his support behind Donald Trump, saying he has a lot of ideas. He wants to go do them. We're going to let him go do it.
Just go get him, Bobby.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Somebody who is sort of notable in the anti-vaccine community. So I think it's going to be obviously something to watch who he installs in some of these key roles here as he moves forward.
Well, you remember the inauguration speech at American Carnage? That really set the tone. That was
It did,
that
Lester.
and the crowd size.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, look, he has always been defined by, I think,
It's so funny how they refuse
immigration,
to
illegal
fucking
immigration
like
in this country. Obviously,
announce
during his first
him
term, he was
as
gonna build the wall.
the
Mexico was
winner,
gonna pay for the wall.
and yet they talk about him
Now he's
like
going
he's
to, he
the
says,
fucking winner.
enact this mass deportation force. So we will have to see what that looks like, what the contours of that look like, and how that plays out. But again, that at the very core,
Like
when you
American
think
news
about
is
what
like
he's going to
so
do on day one,
fucking
there's got a
partisan
lot of
and weird.
questions for
Like,
both of these candidates. That was one of the
But,
things.
and I have to wonder, too, when it comes to immigration, Kristen, this was something that Democrats, it took them too long to figure this out, but this was something Democrats recognized was a problem that they were losing a significant amount of support around and that needs to be fixed. And there's certainly no universe where Democrats are going to support mass deportation.
Right.
But they put forward the most conservative border bill in a generation, a whole suite of policies that in a normal universe Republicans would have supported. Could that be the first opportunity for them to find some common ground? Let's do something on the border immediately. Let's strengthen and secure the border, find a way to allow people to enter the country legally. We've been talking about them trying to solve immigration in Washington for generations.
Generations,
But
yes.
could this be the opening? Because especially if the Democrats control the House, he's not going to be able to just ram through whatever he wants.
And I wonder if he calls Greg Abbott in Texas and says thank you, because Greg Abbott, remember, busing the migrants from the border to cities all across America and putting immigration on the front page of every major newspaper day after day after day, a huge issue right here in New York City.
Let's go to Garrett Haake. Garrett is still at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, you've been listening to the conversation. What would you like to add?
Well, a couple things, Lester. First of all, I heard a former president who sounded surprised to be back up on that stage, that moment about saying how crazy this was. You know, I've been at all his last rallies these last few weeks. I was at his news conference today. They all sort of had a little bit of a valedictory feel, as if he wasn't sure that he was going to have the opportunity to address these crowds or address reporters again, which he will now have. You mentioned the idea of promises made, promises kept. He has a lot of promises that he's going to have to keep, and he's been adding to them basically every day of this campaign, rolling out new policies time and again, oftentimes without explaining how he'd pay for them. In the middle of this campaign, he talked about a free IVF program that would be paid for by the government or by insurance. He almost never mentioned it again, but these are things that are out there, and I think this coalition that he has built are going to expect action on. The other thing that I'll notice, I'll just say, you know, for folks who have not seen a lot of Trump rallies, you kind of got a expedited version of a Trump rally here tonight with a little bit of unity added to it, but not a lot. And I say that because of two things I didn't hear. I never heard the name Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, and I never heard any mention of their supporters, millions of them, tens of millions of them, who he will now, it appears, be the president for again. And he did say at that news conference today that, you know, he wanted to try to reach out to those people. I'm not sure when that outreach will start, but other than sort of broadly saying he wants to heal this country and talking about his agenda, we did not hear that from Donald Trump tonight.
That's a good point. Do we know if there's been any communication this evening between the two camps?
I have asked everyone who I can think would know that information, up to and including Donald Trump himself, and I don't know yet, Lester. I mean, the Harris campaign has not indicated that they think this race is over yet, so I'd be surprised if there's been a phone call between them.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you at the headquarters there. And we heard again from the Harris folks that she will speak sometime tomorrow, that we will not hear from her tonight. There was just a brief remarks to the crowd, basically telling them to go home, back to work tomorrow. Of course, since that, we've seen Donald Trump win in Wisconsin, now in a position, I'm sorry, not win in Wisconsin.
Minnesota. No, that was
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Harris has won
Long night, folks.
Minnesota.
We've also got those other calls, I believe, coming in, and you would know this, Tom, but on CD2 in Nebraska. At this point, it's just the math, figuring out how to get to 270 here. I will say, as one of the conversations we're having here about what this term would look like for former President Trump here, and the dynamics back home where we are in Washington between the House, the Senate, the White House. You talked about, Ryan, the possibility of a Democratic control of House, Republican control of the Senate. I do wonder, and I think the question is out there, what does that Democratic, quote-unquote, resistance look like? Not just in Congress, but more broadly across the country. I think one thing you've heard from Democrats, some of them are exhausted, right? And this was the case that Kamala Harris was trying to make. Like, we're all so tired of this. Let's move on. Let's have a fresh start. And I just wonder, on the Democratic side, what is the energy to sort of, again, quote unquote, resist here in this potential?
Well, and the Trump team has said they're afraid that he's going to be quote unquote impeached on day one. And
Right,
that's been part of their message.
I mean, we are in this era of impeachments,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it seems as though there's an impeachment inquiry for every president that takes office. And, you know, we did talk a little bit about maybe there's areas for them to find common ground and work together on things. I think the more realistic outlook here is that the Democrats do and will view the Democratic-controlled House, if it turns out that way, and we're nowhere near ready to call it that, that they would become the last line of defense against whatever they see the Donald Trump agenda being. And it would be beyond just stopping the legislation that he would put on the floor. There's a congressman by the name of Jamie Raskin who currently serves as the ranking member on the Oversight Committee. If they win the majority, he would become the chair of the Oversight Committee. That would give him subpoena power. That would give him the opportunity to launch all these investigations into the Trump administration, much like his contemporary James Comer has done with the Biden administration. So there's a whole suite of options that the Democratic-led House could have should they win the majority. If they don't win the majority, then it's a whole different game.
What does the retribution path look like, though, that we've heard so much about?
Well, that's
not what he said, but what he'll do.
That's the open question. I mean, will he go after his political rivals legally? What specifically does that look like? Now, look, his aides and allies have tried to downplay that. They've said, look, that's not what he meant. You're taking that out of context. But it is what he said. And so
And he's got supporters
He
who
said
would like
just
to see
days
that.
ago that it'll be, in his words, nasty in the beginning, right? Which I think Democrats took as an allusion to the potential for this so-called enemies list, as Vice President Harris has talked
Absolutely.
about.
And the first thing he says he's going to do is fire Jack Smith, of course, the special counsel who's brought these charges against him. So that's the first act, potentially, of retribution, if you want to put it into that category. But I do think there's a big question mark. I have asked him about it in my interview with him over a year ago. What specifically do you mean by retribution? He wouldn't get specific. I think a lot of reporters have tried to drill down on exactly what that would look like. And again, much like the mass deportation plan, there aren't a whole lot of specifics. There's not a policy paper that's been put out to give people a sense of what it would look like or how it would be carried out. But there is a sense that he already is amassing a team of people who
the
would
first
move
signal
forward
will
with
probably be who he appoints as his attorney general.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, the one thing that the United States government has always prided itself on is the independence of the Department of Justice, the fact that they don't take their marching orders from the president after they're appointed to that job. Donald Trump has said multiple times that he doesn't think it should be like that anymore. So if he picks someone who's very dyingly loyal to him as Attorney General, something he didn't do when he appointed Jeff Sessions the first time around, I think that'll be our first signal as to just how much he's going to use the DOJ.
Who does he listen to?
In general? Or?
In general.
Kellyanne Conway's still, I mean, outside advisor, but still someone who he
Still
listens
people in his ear.
He listens to his family, too, still.
to his family.
I think Stephen Miller is somebody
That's right.
who he talks to on a regular basis. He could be somebody who we might see as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, possibly.
He's also somebody I think we've all talked to in different contexts. He's somebody who will sort of listen to a degree, people who are around him, you know, whoever he happens to be with in the moment. And I think a lot of us have had the experience of he'll riff with you, just even as journalists here, and he'll do that with people at Mar-a-Lago, et cetera. That is what Democrats find concerning, and that's what Republicans, in some ways, find appealing.
Let me send it back out to Garrett Hake at the Trump headquarters. Garrett?
Lester, and I could jump in on that conversation, too, because having covered Trump for a long time, the question of who he listens to is almost everyone, and it can be anyone around him, from his friends at Mar-a-Lago to elected officials to the folks who find and collect his phone number to try to reach out to him on any given issue. In fact, in many cases, there's almost a penalty applied to people who are on his payroll. If you take his money, if you are his staff, in some cases, he trusts you less than the people who might be people he views as friends and peers. Although we heard tonight an extraordinary moment, frankly, Trump calling up his co-campaign managers to try to get them here to speak tonight. I think indicative of what has been a campaign that was, at least in Trump standards, almost entirely without the kind of drama and backbiting that defined his two previous campaigns and his White House. And I think looking at that model as he starts to think about how he's going to staff his White House and build out his cabinet might be important. I can tell you there's already a lot of discussion, some of it among reporters, some of it among staff, many of whom are quite superstitious about discussing it before tonight, about what the transition is going to look like, who might be in line for various appointments. I can tell you from talking to sources in the donor community and a lot of lawmakers who Ryan and I cover on Capitol Hill, particularly in the Senate, people starting to get a little bit sharp-elbowed about viewing what cabinet positions might be available to to them what opportunities might be available to serve in this second Trump administration. I think there was a thinking about Republican senators and whether or not they would potentially be asked to serve in a cabinet if the Senate was narrowly divided, depleting their own numbers on other things they have to do. But if we're looking at a significant margin in the Senate, all of a sudden, anybody from a state that's even remotely safe might find themselves considered for a cabinet position. And the cabinet's going to do a lot of work here, especially if the House ultimately ends up controlled by Democrats. Donald Trump made it clear in his first term he's not at all shy about using executive authority to its maximum level. He's been backstopped on that by the Supreme Court, backstopped again since he's been out of office with that ruling on immunity, essentially saying any official acts can't be criminally prosecuted. And the policies that he's laid out on the campaign trail, particularly his economic plan, the tariffs that he wants to put in place, are things that he can do unilaterally and may begin doing quite quickly, at least if he's going to keep all the promises that he's laid out for himself in the first early weeks of his campaign. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I've stepped over to the big board with Tom Llamas to drill down on where we are right now. NBC News has not called this race yet. They still got Donald Trump at 266. How does he? What's his path now to finish up this?
Yeah, and we just want to make sure, we're absolutely right about all this. At some point, we will call Alaska. That almost always goes red. That gets him to 269. You come over to Maine again. We haven't called the races in Maine yet. Maine, like Nebraska, gives out its electoral votes by popular vote. It'll probably go blue. And then by congressional districts. And Congressional District 2, CD2, it's usually a red district. And once we do that, you can see his number there, Lester. He gets to 270. It hasn't happened at this point yet. We expect that to happen at some point. We will project that once it happens, but we're just not there yet. We're not trying to keep anything away from former President Trump. We're just not there in the night yet.
Right. And so the headline of this night would be, because you went through state by state, and we kept seeing the same thing, underperform, underperform, underperform. Is that the story?
The story is he overperformed in the rural areas. She underperformed in the urban areas, in the big cities, in the counties. She needed to win. She was underperforming Biden pretty much in all the battleground states. And when we started the night, Lester, remember, we even did this last night on Nightly News, we showed you the easiest path for Trump. And it's not easy to become president, obviously, but the easiest path for him was to hold North Carolina. He did that, flip Georgia, and then win Pennsylvania. And he'd get to the White House. And tonight he's done that.
So you'd walked us through that. And so
we're still waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan, Nevada and Arizona.
So officially we're at 266 now, I think?
We're at 266. Right now, we're at 266, right. And we're waiting on Alaska and then the congressional districts in Maine.
Was this something that could have been anticipated, given what the polls down the stretch, the tie?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We had a call with the Trump campaign a few days ago, and they were bullish on their sort of prospects. But again, on those calls, they're sometimes trying to spin you. And, sometimes you take this with a grain of salt. Are they right? It turns out on that call, they were right on a lot of what they were seeing in their own data about the early voting. Once early voting started coming back in some of these states and Republicans were matching Democrats, that was a big sign to Democrats like, listen, wait a minute, things may be changing here. It may not be as easy as we thought. And no one thought it was going to be easy. Everyone thought it was going to be a coin flip. It was going to be so tight. But now looking back, and we can look back a little bit and maybe Monday morning quarterback and say there were signs there for Democrats to be a little nervous.
And Hallie, obviously Democrats have a lot ahead of them now as they try to work through this and find the lessons. Yeah. But that takes time.
Yeah,
these things don't get turned around even in 4 years.
And at this moment, I think there is, by all accounts and by the reporting that our teams are doing, a bit of a moment of shell shock here for Democrats, for folks who had worked to try to turn out the vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, who had hoped that tonight would be history-making in a very different kind of way, that instead of seeing, of course, Donald Trump elected, that the nation would see its first female president, its first president who was a woman of color. That is, by the math that you and Tom just laid out, looks to not be the case once Donald Trump does hit 270 electoral college votes. I'm struck by some reporting that members of our team put in from a Harris aide who talked about needing to find some love for the people, the other half of the country, not Democrats, right, not Harris backers, who chose to back former President Trump despite or perhaps because of his rhetoric here. And so I am curious to see, as morning, I was going to say night turns into day, but as early morning turns into later morning, where Democrats are on this. I think you heard some of it at the table when we were with former Senator Claire McCaskill, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, about maybe a moment of soul searching for Democrats, what the brand is, what the outreach is to Americans here, especially when our exit polling shows that fewer people identify as Democrats right now. We saw that surge in people who said that they really weren't down with either party, Lester. And so that is also a factor here, I think, as Democrats are looking at what this moment means for them and how they move forward. I do also think that control of the House, and whether that goes Democratic or not, is also going to be a factor in this as well.
Okay, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break right here, and then we'll pick it right up with our colleagues Kate Snow and Craig Melvin.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Craig Melvin and Kate Snow.
And welcome back. We continue our special coverage of election night here on NBC. Craig Melvin here alongside Kate Snow. Coming up on 3:20 here on the East Coast. Let us take a look at where we stand in that race to 270 with former President Trump on the cusp of making history once again with a return to the White House. Again, here's a look at where we stand at this hour. As you can see, the former president just 4 electoral votes shy of reaching that 270 threshold. It is widely expected he will do that here, perhaps in the next few hours. As you can see there, Vice President Kamala Harris stuck at 219 electoral votes. We had spent so much time talking about these battleground states over the past few weeks and months. So far, heretofore, the vice president hasn't picked up a single one.
Not a single one of the 7 that we've been following so closely. I want to note, he spoke a short time ago.
Yes.
He spoke at length. He invited a lot of people up on stage, talked about Elon Musk at length. There are parties going on around the country right now for President Donald Trump. There are people out there celebrating.
Yeah.
I think it's important to acknowledge that. This is a big night for half the country, and a sort of dismal night for the other half.
We heard from Cedric Richmond, who is co-chair of the Harris for President campaign, acknowledging a few hours ago that we would not be hearing from the vice president tonight. She is expected to address her supporters, to address the country at some point tomorrow. But there had been, as you know, this huge party planned on the campus of Howard University. It was a party that never happened. But again, 4 electoral votes shy for the former president. Chuck Todd is here with us at the desk. So is Kelly O'Donnell. We've got Ryan Nobles as well, who covers Congress. So, Chuck, let's start with you. 4 electoral votes away. It's going to happen. The question at this point is how it's going to happen. Where does he get those 4?
Well, they could get it in Wisconsin. He still leads there. That you know, it's possible. It's hard to see a path for Harris to carry Wisconsin at this point. Alaska is one. Maine. So the numbers are there. I think now the question is how much over 270 is he going to get?
To be clear for people maybe just joining at this hour, the numbers are not there for Harris.
They're just not there for Harris, and it doesn't look like. And what is in the blue wall, where she's coming up short, are in the cities. And what was interesting is during the early vote, you know, they were downplaying that, well, because the early vote showed rural voters came out big, suburban voters came out pretty big, but the urban numbers were down across the board, and they thought they were going to make it up on Election Day. They were looking at how much time she spent in Philadelphia even just 24 hours ago. But Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Detroit, it's a familiar, this is the same story from 2016.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Detroit. Turnout numbers are down there. Turnout in the red counties, through the roof.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, it's interesting because North Carolina, not that much of a surprise, perhaps. But if you look at how much time, to your point, that she spent in Pennsylvania, 3 rallies just yesterday alone, the amount of money both campaigns spent in Pennsylvania, you know, obviously they'll, you know, for the next hours, days, weeks, they'll be looking at precisely what happened there. But based on some of the exit polling that we've seen so far, based on some of the conversations that I know you guys have had there with folks from Pennsylvania, what do we know about what happened there?
What's so stunning is that her events in those places drew big crowds. There was an awareness that they did not want to see a repeat of 2016. Strategically, they did some things differently. And yet a real frustration on the part of Democrats who, at a certain point tonight, began to go quiet. And that was a real early indicator that what they were seeing was not going to support her getting across the finish line. It may be a function of misjudging some of the electorate. It may be those who thought she was doing well, didn't engage. There'll be a lot to dissect.
Yeah, when you look at all the different demographic groups that Kamala Harris had to do well in, she underperformed.
Yeah.
When you look at all the different demographic groups that Donald Trump needed to do well in, he overperformed. I mean, we are going to be talking, and these are just early exit polls. They're going to be dissected, and we need to get all the data in.
Sure.
But the swing with Latino men in particular is something that no one saw
Double
coming.
digits. People
There was an
will write
expectation
about that for years.
Yeah, there was an expectation he was going to do better. The idea that it would be a swing, I think it was Joe Biden, a 23-point advantage before to a 13-point advantage for Donald Trump this time around, just that was something that wasn't on anybody's dance card leading into this race. And it's one of the indications that it seems pretty clear that he has built a working-class coalition that no president before him, at least not in this era, has.
And it's not just Latinos. It's, you look at first-time voters lean towards Trump. You look at voters of color leaning towards Trump, younger voters, especially men, coming out, younger men coming out for him.
Look, the current administration, the president, our exit poll is measuring him at a 40% job rating. This is
when people assessed his term,
exactly.
His first term.
I'm talking about Joe Biden's
Oh, Joe
term.
Biden.
And I think let's not forget that is a huge organizing tool, if you will, for Donald Trump. This was considered a failed presidency. Our pollsters do their own election night survey, and he was sharing it's the #1 hesitation that they had, that they found among voters that they've talked to tonight about Harris was not enough distance from Biden. And you look at, and it was by far the biggest issue that voters had. And you cannot, I don't think we can sit here and sort of separate her from Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the driver of Donald Trump's comeback tonight. His unpopularity, whether, could more have been done, all sorts of things. But that is the driver of tonight.
And earlier tonight, some of the Harris aides that I was talking to said part of why they focused on turning the page was to not have her be attached as a direct incumbent. They wanted to try to have separation. Apparently too subtle a message for voters. And now Joe Biden, in the remaining weeks of his time in office, will have to contemplate how much of his legacy, legislation and ideas that will be dismantled with Donald Trump.
You just said something interesting, too subtle. I think this is going to be a lesson that the Democrats take away from Donald Trump. Why does Donald Trump succeed? He's anything but subtle.
Right. Yeah.
On all of these issues. He says it very directly, at times making stuff up to make a larger point. And he'll say, yeah, that's not true, but I'm still trying to make a larger point about immigration, right? And that subtlety, I have a feeling Democrats are going to try to find their own version of unsubtle.
Hold that thought, Chuck Todd. We are actually
They
going
are
to just
eating
a
the
very,
dogs.
very quick break. But again,
They are
at this
eating
hour,
the
it seems as if the 45th president of these United States will also be the 47th.
Closer to the Gaza border.
Nice. What the fuck happened? Oh, it's them. It's not me. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna call it. It's almost 10 hours. Chill. Chill, chill, chill.
Welcome back to our Decision 2024 coverage. Almost 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast and 12:30 a.m. Pacific time. Kate Snow alongside Craig Melvin. You got a new cast of folks here at the desk as some of our colleagues go to get a little bit of sleep. But we are still talking, obviously, about former President Trump. Likely to be the next president. We have not yet, for clarity, we have not yet called him or projected that he is the next president, but there really is no way, as Chuck Todd just laid out, for Harris
So
to
they
make
are
up what she would need to do.
To be
speculating on
clear
the
for folks who might just be
speculation.
joining us, what states have not been called so far?
So Wisconsin and Michigan have not been called. Arizona, Nevada, which we don't expect to. And I don't think we're calling Michigan tonight. Michigan's been very slow with their counting. So I don't think we'll have enough data there. Wisconsin, we're close.
Does Trump need one of those, or could he do it?
He actually doesn't need any of them.
With
He
Maine
could just
and
do it
some
with
of the-
Alaska and Maine.
Yeah.
And, and Alaska's not going to be a blowout for him.
I think I'm
So
gonna
you gotta
wait
to
for
see some numbers
Alaska,
out of Alaska,
actually.
which is also takes a while. The question is, does he win one of the two blue wall states that puts him over, at least as far as our count's concerned, tonight?
And here's, again, for folks who might just be joining us, here is a look at the map where things stand right now. A number of surprises on that map for a lot of folks. I would assume, Chuck, there are a lot of folks, Kelly O, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Noble's there. Georgia, I think a lot of folks thought that Kamala Harris was going to be able to turn out enough folks in Atlanta and the suburbs.
I'll be honest, I was always a Georgia skeptic because there was a missing ingredient for Democrats this cycle. And the ingredient is Raphael Warnock. He was on the ballot in 20, and he was on the ballot in 22. And let's remember, on the ballot in 22, he needed a runoff to defeat Herschel Walker. Right. Okay, he did not get 50% the first time around. Yeah. So this was a tall order with Raphael Warnock. Yeah. Without him there, essentially as a running mate for the Democrats.
Yes.
Big loss.
And he repaired his relationship with the Republican governor, and that also helped.
All right. Again, just a very quick break here as we await what appears to be the inevitable, that 270 mark. Former President Trump declaring victory a short time ago. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage here on NBC right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It is 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 12:30 a.m. on the West Coast on an extraordinary election night as Donald Trump is poised for a historic return to the White House. The former president speaking just moments ago at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago, telling supporters that they made history tonight and vowing a new, quote, golden age in America. Take a look. Actually, we don't have the sound right now, but he did say a new golden age. He said we're going to help our country heal. He also said a couple of things that we have not verified. He said he won the popular vote. We're not sure if that's true. He said America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Referred to it as the greatest political movement of all time.
The NBC Decision Desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump. We should be clear on that, but it might be a matter of when at this point and not if. Let's take a look at where things stand in the battleground states. We'll start with Pennsylvania. We made this projection a short time ago. Was it an hour ago? Pennsylvania. NBC News Decision Desk projecting that Pennsylvania goes the way of Donald Trump, and that is essentially what pushed him over toward a victory. Again, we're not calling it just yet, but he is on the path to 270 because of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Mr. Trump winning there as well. That's a state that Biden won in 2020. Now the projected winner, Donald Trump, with 50% of the vote. In North Carolina, Trump winning there as well. Another battleground state, 97% in, and you see the numbers. He wins with 51 to Kamala Harris's almost 50. In Michigan, we have not made a call here yet. It is too close to call. As of now, 81% of the vote in, waiting on some key counties there in Michigan. Wisconsin, the presidential two-way, too close to call, with Donald Trump up with 94% of the vote in, but not ready to project that just yet. In Nevada, we characterize it as well as too close to call, with 93% of the vote in Nevada. And in Arizona, we continue to say too early to call. We just don't have enough information yet to make a call in that race. Only 54% of the vote is in there. They had said that they might count for days. Let's take a look at the road to 270. You see the map there. A lot of red on that map, including Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. And then let's take a look at Congress.
Let's take a look at the upper chamber here. This is where things stand. Republicans projected to take control of the Senate at this hour. Not much of a surprise there in the upper chamber. Lots of questions, of course, at this hour about what's going to happen in the House of Representatives. As you can see there, net gain so far for Republicans of 3, but there are still some 5-6 dozen uncalled races there in the House. Ryan Nobles, we spent some time talking about Hakeem Jeffries probably paying very close attention to our count there in the House. Hakeem Jeffries would become the first black Speaker of the House if Democrats are able to
And I really do have to caution our viewers that it could be days, maybe weeks before we know who wins the House of Representatives. For instance, just a few minutes ago, we called Michigan 7 for the Republican there. That's Alyssa Slotkin's old seat. She's currently running for Senate there, so that's not good news for Democrats. But yes, you're right. If Democrats are able to hold on to the House of Representatives, that would usher in a speaker. Hakeem Jeffries would be the first African-American Speaker of the House.
On the other hand, if Republicans take control of the House, I know you've talked about a lot of the rural areas where there are some really competitive races, not necessarily in battleground states, but even in places like California, upstate New York. If we're seeing former President Trump perform the way we're seeing in exit polls with so much strength in rural areas, do you think we could see potentially some real pickups?
I would say right now, as it stands, there's just as much chance that Republicans win the House as there is that Democrats win the House. It's literally a 50-50 race right now. But to your point, Kate, New York's a good example. I think of the 5 battlegrounds that we're watching in New York, 3 right now are trending Democrat, but Republicans have held on to a couple seats that they thought they might not be able to hold on to. In California, the returns are still coming in. It's a mixed bag. Republicans picking up some seats that they thought that they could pick up, losing in other areas that they couldn't. But there's also battlegrounds in New Mexico, in Arizona, Washington State. So there's a lot that still needs to be resolved. And like I said, it could take some time.
And if it does take time, that also creates a void for Democrats who might get the House.
Who's going to be their leader?
Who's going to fill this space, especially as Donald Trump is leaning into being reelected?
All right, Kelly O, stand by. By the way, it's great having you here on nights like this. Because Kelly O'Donnell, you've been covering nights like this since 1996, if I'm not mistaken.
My first one.
Chuck Todd, not quite as long, but a long time as well.
I'm 2000, just for the record.
There we go.
Chuck, what are we looking at over here, bud?
Well, I'm just showing you, I was just following the House, and here's why we're not going to know the House. basically the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Republican-held seats in California.
Yeah.
The Democrats, I mean, in theory, they could net their 4 that they needed just out of California. But look, Republicans picked up a couple seats in Pennsylvania that they didn't expect to pick up. Don Bacon is not done yet. In Nebraska, too. That's one that, frankly, Democrats had been counting on already. So I'm with Ryan. Look, no matter what, the House is going to be single digits for either the Republicans or the Democrats. But, you know, you'd probably slightly rather be the Republicans right now, just slightly, given that they added a couple of pads, if you will, in Pennsylvania that just made it that much harder. Put it this way. Democrats probably have to take every one of their targets in California, and I don't think they will. And that's going to be the challenge.
Can I ask you to pivot back to the presidential race? Because it's been a while since we looked at the map and did the scenarios. Can you show us how former President Trump gets there?
Or it might be easier to show us how he can't get there.
Yeah. You said there's no way.
There really is. I mean, here, we can do it. I can show you. And here, I mean, at this point, if he just gets Alaska, which he's favored to do, he's just the 1 electoral vote short. And he is leading in the 2nd congressional district.
Maine is one of those states that doesn't do winner
just
take
like
all,
Nebraska.
Split things up.
Exactly. Maine, too, is the more rural of the 2 districts. He carried it both times. This would be the 3rd straight time he did it. We expect that. It's still a lot of votes still to count in Maine. But assuming that lead holds there, that gets him to 270. Without Wisconsin, without Michigan, without Nevada, without Arizona. And when you see the historic realignment that we're seeing tonight among Latino voters, it would be a stunner if somehow he didn't win Arizona when you look at the gains he made in New Mexico even and what they did in Texas. I mean, he increased his margin in Texas from what he did in 2020, increased his margin in Florida, decreased the Democratic margin in New Mexico. So it would be a shocker if somehow Arizona didn't continue to move in the same way.
I want to dig into that a little bit more, maybe perhaps next hour. But to Chuck's point here, I mean, the former president is poised to have, at the end of the night, perhaps later tomorrow, somewhere close to 300 electoral votes. I would assume that would be considered in most circles a mandate. If the former president has that kind of mandate, what does that mean legislatively?
Well, a couple of things come to mind. One of them, for me, is what he didn't talk about tonight, and that is skepticism about the systems that produced this result. So does that put to bed his talking about elections can't be trusted? And that might be one important piece in sort of moving past that. On mandate, and I was struck by it when you used that word a moment ago, it does give him the political will to say, I talked about these number of things, both domestic and international, and I have the juice to get them done. And members of Congress would follow suit, I think.
Right, but the Founding Fathers did set up a system where checks and balance, where he's got to get this through Congress, and Congress has set up its own rules where you're not just going to push anything through, particularly in the United States Senate, where even though they're poised to have big gains today, they could end up with 55, maybe even 56 seats. That's still 4 seats vote of what we call a supermajority. You can basically stop almost any piece of legislation if you don't have the full 60 votes. So that really takes off the table things like his mass deportation plan, things along those lines. But it's going to require Democrats to come to the table and try and find some areas where they can compromise with.
But I might argue Democrats may feel like they have to come to the table and work with, because, one of the things we haven't talked about tonight is Donald Trump's improvement in blue states. I got to show you the state of Illinois. We're at 91% reporting. We know she's going to win it because we know how much. Look at this change, okay? Joe Biden won Illinois by nearly 18 points.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is going to win it probably by 5 once all is said and done. Okay, that's Illinois. Let me take you to a few other blue states here.
Virginia.
We've seen Virginia as another one. Where you saw where, again, and this has been, even in every blue county, she sort of underperformed. But Virginia, 10 points. It's going to be 5 points there. Let's see if it's a problem in every blue state. Look, here's Maryland.
Yeah.
He won it by 33 points. She's going to win it by 22 points. I mean, he picked up ground everywhere. And a lot of it has to do with this realignment of 2 major groups. One is obviously Latinos, and the second appears to be young men, younger men.
Chuck, thank you. Let me go out to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's standing by for us. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, I don't know if you could hear our conversation, but we're talking about the kind of mandate that President Trump may have and what his agenda might be. Can you help us with that?
Right. I think it's a good conversation around not only the realignment, but I think that this is, when we're talking about a mandate here, Donald Trump ran, especially here in these final months of the campaign, I mean, his most pure, unvarnished self. He told Americans exactly what he intends to do, from mass deportations to putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of the U.S. health agencies that even dictate the vaccines that are on the market. He went as far as to say that he'll have Elon Musk go in and make the federal government more efficient by Elon Musk's own suggestion, echoed by Donald Trump, to cut the federal budget by 1/3, which, let's be very clear, that's staggering. That's $2 trillion, which U.S. discretionary annual budget is about $1.7 trillion. So you're talking about, where do you cut? Is that Social Security, Medicare, defense spending? There's a lot of serious questions about policy implications that are going to be had in these weeks and months ahead if, in fact, Donald Trump is to ascend and take the White House in 2025 here. And again, when we're talking about that mandate, American voters for the last 2 years have heard Donald Trump on the campaign trail, right, promise to go after his political enemies and use the Department of Justice as his own tool to go and investigate and bring charges against those who he has made the case unfairly targeted him. And Americans made a very explicit decision here today to the extent that they came and turned out. And I think that this is where, for those individuals that are close to Donald Trump, his allies, they have consistently said that Donald Trump is the one who is running the show of this campaign. There was no effort from any campaign managers to try to moderate him or get him to focus or stay on teleprompter. This was Donald Trump in his purest form. And now Donald Trump getting that mandate to go inside of the White House and essentially act as the chief executive of the United States in the way that he has promised the last 2 years to do.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, stand by for us if you can, please, sir, because we want to go to your counterpart there in Washington, D.C., NBC's Yamiche Alcindor. She's there at the Bureau. You have been following the Kamala Harris campaign since it launched. Any idea at this point, Yamiche, based on the conversations that you've been having with folks inside that campaign, when did it take a turn for the vice president? When did they know she was in trouble?
It's a key question, Craig. I was talking to Harris officials all night, and they really began the night very confident, feeling very joyful. I heard the idea that they were cautiously optimistic, and the vice president has been saying for the last 3 days that she felt like she had the momentum in this race and that she was going to win. That's what she was telling crowds. But around 10:30, when it started becoming very clear that former President Trump was making gains, and exit polls were showing that he was overperforming in key areas, including in North Carolina and Georgia, it became clear to the Harris campaign aides that I was talking to that she was in trouble. And I started hearing words like deflated. I started hearing words like it feels like a funeral here, especially at Howard University, which was her alma mater. There were hundreds, thousands of people gathered there. They started getting very quiet. They started being very sort of blank stares, started forming on people's faces. And then over the course of the last few hours, including just in the last hours as I've been texting people with former President Trump winning Pennsylvania, people are telling me now that they're pivoting toward looking at how to deal with Trump's policies and how to find love for people that they might disagree with. So definitely a change here.
All right. Yamiche Alcindor for us there in Washington. Yamiche, we'll check back in with you as well in just a bit.
Our special coverage of the 2024 election continues. Stay with us. We're going to take a look at our data wall and where the state of the race stands. We have so much to dig into about how this historic night unfolded, how this election unfolded. Stay with us.
along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Our coverage of the 2024 election continues. If you are just joining us, former President Donald Trump in striking distance to become the next president of these United States. In fact, here's where the road to 270 stands at this hour, 3:45 roughly Eastern here. You can see the former president. He picked up Pennsylvania a short time ago. He flipped that key blue wall state, all but sealing Vice President Harris's fate. You can also see President Trump picking up North Carolina as well, which surprised a handful of folks maybe. But again, that blue wall, we're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan, we're talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's gone. Michigan still outstanding. Wisconsin also still outstanding. And we don't expect to get anything from Nevada or Arizona for some time.
And while we have not made a projection of who is the next president of the United States, it's worth saying that on that map, there is really not a path at this point for Vice President Harris to come out on top. It really is Trump's. This election obviously dramatically changes things for both parties. And with that, we want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about it. Sarah Fagan's a Republican strategist and former White House political director for President George W. Bush. Stephen Hayes is an NBC News political analyst and editor of The Dispatch. And we have Jay Johnson, former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being with us. Sarah, I'll start with you as a Republican strategist. We've been chewing this over. We've been talking about what it was that President Trump did to get to where we are right now. There's been a lot of reporting that maybe he didn't always listen to his campaign chiefs, and he just sort of, we saw him off the cuff, off teleprompter a lot over the last couple of weeks especially. What do you think he did to get all those people to turn out?
Well, I think, his off-the-cuff nature is what many of his supporters like about him. They find him authentic. They find him unscripted. They find that refreshing. But I don't think this was about what Donald Trump did. I think this is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. You look at inflation, which was so high during much of this administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that as they dig out of credit card debt and high housing costs. So I think more than anything else, this is probably more a reflection of where the country has been the last few years. And it may not have mattered who the presidential nominee was because of the overarching economic factors, global factors facing the country.
The reality, though, is, Mr. Secretary, again, housing notwithstanding, a lot of the economic metrics, if you look at them objectively in this country, wages are up, unemployment down. Again, it doesn't seem to have translated for Democrats. But it seemed to me that Vice President Harris knew she was in trouble a few weeks ago when we heard former President Barack Obama explicitly almost pleading with black men specifically to get out and vote. And again, we're still pouring over some of the exit polling data, but it doesn't look like that happened. It doesn't look like men specifically turned out for the vice president. Why do you think her message didn't resonate as well with that particular group?
I actually think we have to reassess how we look at demographics in politics. For generations, the black vote was a block vote. The Democrat, every 4 years, would get 90% of the black vote.
Yeah.
And then we tended to look at other demographic groups in the same way, as if there's a so-called Latino vote. I don't believe there's a Latino vote. And it looks as though this election, Donald Trump will have received somewhere between 40, 45% of the Latino vote. I believe that as African Americans, as Latinos become further integrated into our society, they're also further integrated into everyday American thinking about the economy, about inflation, about schools, about any number of things, such that an unconventional candidate like Trump can come along and peel off certain types of voters that we would traditionally think belong to one party or another. And so I think we need to reassess entirely how we
talking
view
about black
various
people
different
like they
voting
belong
blocks
to someone.
and talk to Latinos, talk to blacks.
It's the most American shit ever.
As if they're everyday Americans, as opposed to a group being concerned only about specific issues.
That's a great point.
Well, and Stephen, I see you nodding along a little bit. Do you think fundamentally what Mr. Trump was able to do was appeal to a wide swath of maybe slightly lower income or people who are struggling in this economy?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's true that there are many economic indicators that are pointed in the right direction, but it doesn't erase the fact that your ground beef is 30% more than it was at the beginning of the Biden administration. That matters for a lot of people, and it matters more for people at the lower end of the income scale than anything else. But there's one other point I think it's really important to make here. There was a 25-day period between June 27th, when Joe Biden had his disastrous debate performance, and July 25th or whatever it was that he dropped out, 21st when he dropped out. For 3 weeks plus, you had Kamala Harris and others at the top of the Democratic Party telling the country that what they had just seen in that debate performance, they hadn't just seen. There were 3 weeks when basically they were lying to the American public. And I think the American public looked at this and said, if they're not being straight with us on this, what else aren't they telling us the truth about? And I think that did irreparable damage to her candidacy because she had been at his side for the entirety of the administration.
All right, insiders, stand by. By stand by, I mean chug your coffee. We want to come back to you in just a moment. We're talking about some of the domestic implications here, but this is an election, of course, that is going to have global effects as well. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with some international reaction to this presidential election. Keir, with two major wars right now happening overseas, Ukraine, obviously Gaza as well, the eyes of the world on the outcome of tonight's election and what changes may come. What has been the reaction so far?
So, Craig, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves, though, of enthusiasm and concern, depending on where you are. So, diplomats not authorized to speak on the record here in the Gulf region, using words like wow and stunning when they've spoken to us this morning. It's the middle of the day here now in the UAE, when they have spoken to us through the night as they watch the results. I just want to read you, Craig, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel's comments. Congratulations on history's greatest comeback, calling it a historic return, addressing his comments on X to Donald and Melania Trump. An Iranian spokesman saying U.S. elections do not concern us and will not affect Iran's livelihoods. So a very different perspective there from Iran, of course. And local television here reporting that Hamas is saying that the president, who we think will be the president, of course, Donald Trump, will now be tested. His pledge for peace in the region will be tested. And then let's just track over to Russia and Ukraine. President Zelensky of Ukraine saying congratulations before crucially adding, I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength. So trying already to advocate that Donald Trump will support Ukraine. Russia's foreign ministry spokesman, Craig, saying hallelujah. And we've been speaking to Russian officials, also not authorized to speak on the record. One telling us less predictability is incoming. Another saying there is a chance for a truce or at least some kind of change. Craig.
Our Chief International Correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there with that international reaction. Keir, thank you.
Fascinating. It's already well into daytime over there, right, in many parts of the world. We have much more to get to. Early morning, our time here in the U.S., our special coverage of 2024 continues after this. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of this 2024 election. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow. I want to spend a moment or two here talking about an issue that was supposed to be quite galvanizing in a number of states. Abortion on the ballot in 10 states, but a measure in Florida that would have expanded abortion access failed to clear the 60% threshold that it needed to pass. Meanwhile, abortion initiatives passed in Arizona, Colorado, Maryland as well, with more results in other states to come. So how much of a motivating factor was abortion access when it came to getting voters to the polls? Was it the singular issue that Democrats hoped it would be? Kelly O'Donnell, at this point, again, we're still poring over the numbers, but in a lot of states, it doesn't seem as if it was.
Which is a surprise, because when we were on the road covering the campaigns, talking to voters, we so often heard that. We also saw how many of the people who were endorsing, whether they be celebrities or ordinary Americans who had a personal story of health care related to abortion rights that had come forward, how powerful so many of those stories were. It seemed like it was an issue that would drive many women voters. But again, the larger piece of this is we've seen how young men and men in general were also very deeply motivated to go toward President Trump. So it'll be a question.
But what's interesting, Kelly, is that people actually were galvanized to vote on this particular issue, right? I mean, of all of the mandates that we saw on the ballot today, all of them got more than 50% of the vote, right? But that didn't translate to Democratic votes. There was clearly a message sent by the voters in all of these states that they wanted to enshrine reproductive rights on some level.
Right.
But that didn't guarantee that they were also going to vote for the Democrat as a
Or
result.
that they thought that Kamala Harris would be able to restore it nationally.
Exactly.
So you sort of have to assume that some people went into the booth and voted for one of those abortion rights propositions and at the same time voted for President Trump.
They had to have, right? Because, I mean, he won Florida handily, even though the measure didn't pass in Florida because it needed a supermajority of 60%, it still got well over the 50% threshold. Yeah. So there had to have been people that voted for that measure and also voted for
He
Donald.
successfully muddied his message.
Yes.
Now, he didn't necessarily do it for the party, but he did it for himself.
Don't go anywhere. Special live coverage of the election continue.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything.
Non-stop picking ads and shit.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Craig Melvin and Kate Snow.
Good morning. It is 4 a.m. on the East Coast, 1 a.m. on the West Coast right now on what can only be described as an historic election night as Donald Trump is headed to a return to the White House. The former president speaking to supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago, Florida tonight, vowing to help the country heal.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Our decision desk at NBC News has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but realistically, Kamala Harris has no viable path left. Let's take a look at where things stand in the battleground states. We'll start with Pennsylvania. This was our most recent projection. Just in the last couple hours, Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes, the biggest of the battleground states, the projected winner, Donald Trump. Let's move to Georgia. We called this earlier in the evening. Donald Trump, the projected winner there with 99% of the vote in. In North Carolina, Mr. Trump winning there as well. 97% of the vote in, 51% to about 48%. In Michigan, we have not yet made a projection. Michigan characterizing that as too close to call at this hour, with 86% of the vote there in. Wisconsin, also too close to call, with 96% of the vote in. And let's take a look at Nevada out west. That one also too close to call. 93% of the vote in. May take a long time for Nevada and Arizona to count the votes. Arizona also not too close, but too early to call, meaning we just don't have enough information yet to call that race.
Well, here's where the race to 270 stands right now. As you can see, there is a lot of red on that map. Former President Trump at 266 electoral votes. Vice President Harris right now at 219 electoral votes. We can also tell you at this hour, Republicans projected to retake control of the Senate as well. There are still a couple of races that are outstanding that we haven't called just yet, but we have called West Virginia for Jim Justice there.
West Virginia.
The House at this hour again. Can't call it just yet. 63 races still uncalled. But as you can see, Republicans there have picked up 3 seats in the lower chamber. And a very good morning to you. I was going to say good evening. But
good morning.
It was evening a long time ago. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow here. And again, the big story, Donald Trump poised for an historic political comeback.
Let's get right to Chuck Todd, who's been here all night long, watching all the numbers come in. Where are you focusing now?
Well, look, I mean, there's 2 things I'm looking at. One is, how close are we to calling Wisconsin? And I'm going to go over there and show you that.
Which would put Trump over.
Which would put him officially over the 270 mark. And I'll show you what we're waiting on here and why we haven't called it, because there is technically enough vote out there to get him there in Milwaukee. As you can see, it is 107,000. As we could tell you, we think, she has to win like 95% of remaining vote, okay? But it's not it doesn't yet meet the standards for us to call. We think we're going to have a better read on Milwaukee County, which is really what we're waiting on. And when we get a better read, we will feel better about being to characterize this race. But that right now, I think, is of all the potential official paths to get him there, this is one. But the bigger thing, the bigger thing is not the bigger thing. The presidency is the bigger thing. The other thing I'm watching tonight in these same blue wall states are the 3 Senate seats.
Yeah.
Because what is interesting is all of them, part of it is a lot of Donald Trump voters go into the polls, vote Donald Trump and leave. And there's about a missing 50,000 to 100,000 votes for all of these Republican Senate candidates in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And that's where the surge of vote in Milwaukee for Tammy Baldwin, or Detroit for Alyssa Slotkin, or even Philadelphia for Bob Casey, there is enough vote for them to win there. And I think 2 of those 3 are going to be very, very close. And I have a feeling those 3 Senate races those may take a couple of days for us to call. They're maybe so close it could be recounts.
What's happening in Michigan, Chuck?
Well, Michigan, and I'll just show you. Let me move over here since it's right next door. We just don't have any. Look at Wayne County. We only have 54%. It's obviously the single most important large county there to find out. I mean, there's just a ton of remaining vote. We have nearly 500,000 vote left here. So it's just way too early. There were some slowdowns. Just Michigan, this is just not going to get called tonight, this morning.
I'm looking at a note from our reporters there. The Detroit city clerk had been saying that they were going to have all this wrapped up by 11 p.m. Eastern time for Detroit, Wayne County, and it's held up.
Right. And then for whatever reason, we've had a lot of problems getting data from the various counties. It's just not. So Michigan's just going to take us a long time to get settled. I won't want to take you to Alaska, because that is...
Take us to Alaska, Chuck.
That is also a state that will make him 1 electoral vote short. We're waiting on Maine, because Maine 2. But as you can see here, he's got a lead. 70% of the vote is in. It's... let's see how much raw vote is there. 40,000. So, she would have to make up 40,000 votes. She would have to win 60+% of what's remaining. Unlikely, but we are waiting for a little bit more data there. So that would get them 1 electoral vote short. And of course, as I showed you before, Maine's 2nd congressional district is one that we do expect him to carry that would give him the 270 as well.
Chuck, come back and join us here at the desk. Also want to bring in Ryan Nobles, Kelly O'Donnell. They'll be with us for the rest of these early morning hours as well. I mean, again, these results dramatically change the landscape for Democrats especially, and Republicans as well. What can we glean from the first Trump administration when we look at what a second administration might look like, just in terms of the folks that he surrounds himself with, the makeup of leadership in the House and the Senate as well?
One thing that I'm struck by, because now we're into the window of talking about the transition, which is one of the more bureaucratic, nerdy things. But he really,
Nerd out, Kelly.
Yes, he really had no interest in that when he won the first time. And yet again, he would need to deal with a transition with the Biden administration. It's being led on President Biden's side by his chief of staff, Jeff Zients. That is incredibly important. An incoming president hires 4,000 federal workers, has to put together a whole team, has to get all of the information, the handoff. On the campaign trail, we heard how Barack Obama had said he had prepared a pandemic guide for any future president, and that got tossed in the trash in the transition. Will he approach it differently now? He knows what the office is. He knows he will have strength in numbers on Capitol Hill. Will he approach it differently? Another thing that strikes me as different is when he came in the first time, he had a lot of the existing apparatus of the Republican National Committee. Reince Priebus became his chief of staff. He was the chairman. He had some of the people who were kind of willing to step in for the good of the country, who were not allies of Donald Trump. Many of them, of course, in the time during this campaign said
People with
they don't.
experience.
Yes, experience, knowledge, and that many of them say he should not have been voted in a second time. So who will he surround himself in those key positions? All of that will be critical.
Yeah. You guys are going to have a lot of fun, though, because there's a bunch of U.S. senators that are on some short lists. I mean, I'm already hearing Marco Rubio to state, Tom Cotton to defense. Not saying so. All of a sudden, we could have some new senators.
Yep,
Bill Hagerty is another one, all from states with Republican governors, so they wouldn't cost themselves Senate seats. But I definitely think you will see people who are on that short list for VP, Doug Burgum as well, and Marco Rubio probably both end up in this cabinet.
And the other big difference between this incoming Trump administration versus the last one, to Kelly's point, he didn't really know anybody in the political sphere. He didn't have relationships with these people that he appointed to extremely important positions, like Secretary of State. He had never even met Rex Tillerson before they went through that vetting process. This time around, he's going to know every single person that he puts in those seats.
Rex Tillerson, who he later fired.
Exactly, who fired. And
quote marks.
Yeah, exactly. Jim Mattis, John Kelly, these are people he didn't know. He's going to know and have relationships with each one of these people that he appoints this time around. And these are all people where his first question is going to be, how loyal are you to me personally? Because this is my administration.
Such an important
I
distinction.
have a mandate. I won the popular vote. He thinks he's going to win the popular vote. I won more than 300 electoral votes. What are you going to do for me if you are in this position? And so the theory of this case would be that it would be far less tumultuous than the first Trump administration, because this time around he's picking his people. Whether or not that's borne out by facts and what happens,
countless times in the first administration, we covered people putting up guardrails, telling him, no, that's not lawful, you can't do that. If he does not have people willing to say that, that will certainly change the tone and tenor. I'm also struck by, just in seeing on social media, someone like Jeb Bush, who once ran against him, congratulated him tonight, as well as leaders from around the world.
I mean, Nikki Haley. We saw Nikki Haley's op-ed a few days ago. It's going to be interesting.
And it might not just be people that don't put up guardrails for him. It may be people that encourage him to go further than what his instincts even tell him.
A more expansive view.
Well, right, the Project 2025
I'll put something, I mean, it's funny. Democrats were the ones talking about getting rid of the filibuster. Republicans at 55, 56, I promise you, a lot of conservative activists are going to pressure President Trump to say, hey, we can't get our policies through, especially if he gets the House. Right.
Because you need 60 votes for people that don't know what the filibuster is.
60
you need
votes.
60 votes in a lot of cases to pass something.
So if the Republicans have the House, if they can hold the House, I mean, talk about your irony of ironies here. This is a different Republican Senate. Mitch McConnell is just another member for 2 more years.
And that's the distinction between winning 55 seats versus 52 seats.
Right.
Because you've got Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins,
that would have stopped that, but they might not have.
They may not have the power to do that. Right.
I want to check in with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He spent the night, and it's now the morning, at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn's also been covering the Trump campaign for months and months and months. Vaughn, maybe pick up on what we were just talking about. I know the president has said, former President Trump has said, he's talked about a lot of things that he wants to do on day one, things that he wants to do right away. Some of that's going to need congressional approval, but what could he really start doing after the transition, the first day in office?
The first day in office, let's just take tariffs. Donald Trump, right? He started a trade war in 2018, 2019, putting tariffs on a great amount of goods from Mexico, Canada, Europe, but also large tariffs on Chinese goods coming to the United States. And what happened as a result were retaliatory tariffs that were placed on U.S. goods that were produced here, like corn, soybeans, but also other manufactured goods that go overseas. And it was those countries that placed tariffs on those goods. In some of the U.S. export markets, they closed up. And it was domestic producers that saw some of their markets, the tanks, so the price of corn, just as an example. And that's where Donald Trump, this go around, he is promising to place 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States and 60% tariffs on all Chinese goods. And now this gets weedsy when we're talking about tariffs here, but there's a lot of top economists who have expressed concern about what the harbinger of that would be on U.S. producers. And now the likes of Donald Trump and people like Howard Lutnick, who is helping lead Donald Trump's transition team, have made the case that this is ultimately going to increase U.S. manufacturing, steel manufacturing, automobile manufacturing here at home. And Donald Trump has campaigned exactly on this. And he doesn't need congressional approval to do this. And so there could be far-reaching economic consequences. Donald Trump suggests that in the long run they'll be good, but folks in the immediate could very well, like in 2018 and 2019, feel some of those immediate impacts. And Donald Trump doesn't need congressional approval for that.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us there. At West Palm, at Trump headquarters. Vaughn, stand by. We do want to come back to you in just a few moments.
Yeah, let's talk about one other issue tonight that our NBC News exit polls are showing. A huge shift in the youth vote, in the younger vote, especially young men turning out for former President Trump, a key demographic, obviously, that he had hoped would show up, and it looks like so far, based on exit polling, they did. We want to bring in an NBC News correspondent, Savannah Sellers. Savannah's at the desk with us now. Good to see you. Welcome to the morning shift. What are we seeing? Because it's not just young men, it's also young women, right?
To some extent, yes, to an extent, yes.
More so young men.
It is those young men. We did see in exit polling also that abortion still was that motivating issue for young women, but young men and the way that they came out for Trump just sort of seems to have taken that over completely. He made really significant gains with young voters in crucial blue wall states. We saw him actually, according to our NBC News exit polls, he's ahead right now in the youth vote in Michigan. It can't be overstated that that's a big deal, that he actually won that in that state, nearly tied in Wisconsin, nearly tied in North Carolina. So you see these places where he definitely made those steps. If we want to talk about how he did that, right? I mean, just in my reporting, I actually kind of started noticing this about a week or so ago, a shift that I was seeing on college campuses where students started to tell me who were Republicans, I think there's more Trump support here than I had thought, because it's kind of starting to be on my Snapchat. It's starting to be on my TikTok. Right. Yeah. I'm hearing people feel more comfortable saying, I'm supporting the former president. The former president also had a really targeted strategy when it came to sort of going after these voters in these untraditional spaces. Podcasts, yeah. Fraternities, yeah. Sports, these cultish personalities making those choices for those podcasts, like a Logan Paul, like a Joe Rogan. By the way, his son, Barron Trump, was essentially his unofficial podcast advisor, saying, this is what I think you should go on, Dad. I'm a first-time voter. I'm a college student. This is what I'm listening to. And he actually reached those viewers there.
I had a number of my friends talk about the betting lines, just following the betting lines.
Like, Roddy Schwartz, who was in Arizona, who was on the campus of ASU tonight, he called me and he said, on camera, the last 3 people that I spoke to said to me, I don't care what the polls say. I didn't look at the polls. I looked at the odds.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And by the way, I know it sounds weird to us, perhaps. There's an entire generation of a voter who lives that way.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's FanDuel, every weekend, That's what they're
Checking
doing.
the
That's what they're following.
Even in high school, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I just note, my parents live in State College, Pennsylvania, Center County, Pennsylvania.
Center County, yeah.
If you bring it up, it's red for Trump. He held an event, not last weekend, but the weekend before, in that college town on the Penn State campus, which people there were like, what is he doing? This county is typically blue. It's been blue for a long time, not by a lot, but blue. But it's red today. And Chuck, I don't know. I wonder what that says about Penn State students potentially coming out.
Look, you and I both have, I think, Gen Z kids.
Yes.
And I have them in each gender.
19 and 21.
Yeah, I've got 17 and 20. And I have seen it.
Each
and,
gender.
You know, it was interesting. I got an anecdote from my voter who said,
Is he saying there is only two
Yeah,
gender?
I've got a friend who's a Trump supporter. He tried to go vote, but he wasn't registered. And so that was sort of just one anecdote. Turned out that's just one anecdote. But a lot of these places, you have same-day voter registration.
Yeah.
Take Michigan. That's a same-day voter registration state. So if that means a whole bunch of people showed up, the assumption was, you know, it's so funny. Last week, particularly it was House Democrats, they were really pointing to college campuses as the key to them picking up a few of these key congressional races, particularly Ann Arbor and Iowa City, because they said, hey, in 2020, the Ann Arbor kids weren't in Michigan. They were voting in their home states. The Iowa City kids weren't in Iowa, weren't at the University of Iowa. They were voting from their home states. And so they thought, hey, when they're here, it's going to do it. But, you know, they're not flipping that Iowa CD that they were hoping to flip, that Iowa City's in. And Michigan right now, we've still got a long way to go. But if they're breaking more like the rest of the country.
Right. I was keeping a close eye on North Carolina over the last day because college Democrats, they had intense organization on college campuses. They lobbied the state to get more polling places on campus. They made student IDs an acceptable form of ID on many campuses. But they were also doing something interesting, and the Harris campaign was involved in this, was paying volunteers to do this. Anyone who registered to vote with them or who signed out what they were calling a commit to vote card, they were sending them directly Google Calendar invitations with their closest polling location. And they actually told me, we think we did that with a fair amount of Republicans also. Like, it was sort of a bipartisan get out the vote effort. We saw that. This is one of those states where that youth vote is nearly tied as North Carolina.
And by the way, North Carolina, you start the RTP area, Research Triangle Park, Raleigh, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte. You got a whole heck of a lot of college kids there.
But remember, they've only known Trump. I was doing a little stint at the University of Chicago last week and was meeting with these students, and first, like, you know, my first memory of an election was 2016, and I was 12. The students have, and I was like, and it was just a reminder. They don't know anything other than Trump.
And their whole lives. He was a celebrity.
That's right.
His show on this network, The Apprentice, came on 20 years ago.
I'll take a quick break here because even at 4:20 in the morning, we have bills to pay here. Our special coverage of the 2024
We're getting big numbers here, Craig.
election continues. Ballots still being counted, especially in Wayne County, Michigan, Wisconsin as well. Those two states still uncalled, but former President Donald Trump on the verge of returning to the White House for a second term. A closer look at how this all played out and what happens next. We'll do that right after this.
pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion, do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Our NBC News exit polls giving us a glimpse into this historic election and what factors drove voters out to the polls. This exit poll showing us how voters are feeling about the way things are going in the U.S. You see 73% dissatisfied or angry.
It's a lot of dissatisfied or angry voters.
It is.
There's a lot we can extrapolate from that.
And that's got to be more than one party saying that in those exit polls. Let's bring in some of our insiders to get their take on all of this. We've got Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor for the Tim Scott presidential campaign, and Jeff Flake, former Republican senator from Arizona, here with us. I guess I'd just like to start, because we haven't seen you yet at this early hour, with your thoughts on this. I'll start with you, Matt. Your thoughts on this election?
One thing I was surprised about, one thing I wasn't surprised about. First, I was surprised at the speed of which all of this was called. Pennsylvania, it being 4 in the morning and it being
We thought it might take days.
Absolutely. We thought it would be, waking up into Wednesday. One thing I was not surprised about, and I think people discounted, they were saying, like, what if Wisconsin goes this way and Georgia goes that way? I think we underestimated the chance that this all falls in the same way. These, if you remember, these states aren't vacuums. Yeah. They kind of tend to follow the same trends. We're certainly seeing that tonight.
To you, same question.
Shocked at the margins. I mean, Illinois, 5-point margin.
Yeah, Jeff was just talking about that.
New Jersey, that's just shocking.
And by the way, Michigan and Wisconsin poised to be pretty doggone close as well.
Yeah.
Senator, you also have a unique vantage point. You're also an ambassador as well. We all remember what the first Trump term looked like, what it sounded like. Is there any universe in which this second Trump administration looks and sounds different?
I think it'll be different. One, he knows, he knows more people. People from whom he'll select, ambassadors, Secretary of State, and others as well. And I think there's a good cadre of people, in the Senate who are waiting for those opportunities. So I think that's going to be different in that way. So he has much more familiarity with how Washington works, and I hope that that leads to a smoother time as well. I know that our allies want that, certainly.
We just checked in with Keir Simmons, who's overseas for us in the Middle East, and he was, statement after statement from world leaders, like the Russian leader, saying, I can't remember the exact words, but congratulations. It's definitely being seen around the world at this hour.
Absolutely, and I think to Senator Flake's point, this was a marriage of convenience in late 2016, early 2017. They were just trying to assemble a team. Now, they've been dating for about 10 years now. They know each other pretty well. So their folks are ready to assume these positions. As you talked about earlier, Senator Rubio, Senator Haggerty, and others.
Senator Scott.
We'll see. I think I could see him staying in Congress and doing some things there, but wouldn't discount it. There are people who Trump knows, Trump trusts, and has a relationship with. It might make that transition and then governing a little easier.
And these senators have relationships overseas as well. With some of these heads of state, and that helps. It certainly does.
We just have about a minute left. I'm a little surprised by your tone. I would have thought you might have been concerned.
Well, there's always concern. It's a tough world out there. We have enemies, we have allies, and I hope that we can always distinguish the difference. And so, there's concern. But, there are a lot of upsides as well. I can tell you one advantage. President Trump has the ability to and the inclination to just pick up the phone sometimes. Now, sometimes you wish you'd have a note taker, and make sure that he's not promising things we can't deliver. But that instinct is good to call world leaders and say thanks for this, or thanks for that. So,
Senator, thank you. Matt, thank you. Don't go far. Don't go far. Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through the blue wall, taking Pennsylvania. So what happened?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The economy was definitely one of the top issues for voters heading into the election. So we want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, covers the economy for us. Brian, what are you watching right now? Also wondering how the markets are reacting worldwide to what we're seeing.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I've been in my data den over here, but actually I want to show you some stats about some of the local economies. Some of the states here, namely Georgia and also North Carolina. So if you take a look at Georgia, take a look at the unemployment rate. Again, what you're looking at on the black boxes over there is the national figure. So the unemployment rate actually a little bit better in Georgia than the national average at 3.6% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth was a little bit lower in Georgia compared to the national. Again, 20% over the last 4 years, 18% in Georgia. By the way, in Georgia, that did not keep up with the rate of inflation, worth noting as well. But take a look at the change in home value, where homes in Georgia were going up by a lot more than the national average over the last 4-year period. This is a really interesting story when you think about that mixed picture. Again, in North Carolina, though, it's a little clearer in terms of the economy looking broadly better. Take a look at the unemployment rate, 3.8% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth, even better over that 4-year period, 23% compared to 20%. And then the change in home value, 46% over 37%. I bring this up because of Trump's strength in these two states, right? Having won these two battleground states, despite the fact that the economy in those states, in some respects, and in North Carolina, in all of these respects that I'm showing you, was actually better than the national average. So the narrative that the Trump administration was able to basically put out there, despite the fact that the picture, at least on an aggregate level, looked better, was certainly something worth messaging. And one other point I want to bring up, too, is that the Biden investments, right? When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, they were trying to drop a lot of money, specifically in the EV space. It didn't work in those counties, which I tell you went heavily more towards Trump than they did for Harris in this particular election, guys.
All right, really interesting. Brian, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here in the wee hours with us. Don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Our special live coverage of the election continues right after this.
Well, how long does it take to count freaking votes?
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting.
Anyways.
Thanks for talking to me.
I'm kind of bored. Honestly, it's been like fucking 10 hours.
Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick?
I think I'm gonna cut it.
It's Meet the Press.
And I'll probably come back later for some Valorant or some Crusader King, some shit like that.
And a good morning to 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast. That means it is 1:30 a.m. on the West Coast. The big story right now, Donald Trump on the verge of 270 electoral votes.
Oh, I
Once
guess
again,
Alaska is
President
like...
speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters
It's only
in
like
Mar-a-Lago
midnight
just
in
a short
Alaska.
time ago, telling the
Or
crowd
some shit like
they
that.
made history tonight.
I might push a bit, I guess. Then.
It is now clear that we've
Go for one more hour or some shit like that.
political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
And the former president there sounding a bit surprised. To be clear, the NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but important to note that Kamala Harris essentially has no viable path to victory left. Let's take a look at where things stand right now in the battleground states. We will start with what was perhaps the most important battleground for both candidates, Pennsylvania. It's 19 electoral votes. Former President Trump, the projected winner there in the Keystone State with 96% of the vote there already being counted. Down to Georgia. Georgia, President Trump, the projected winner in Georgia as well, just over 50% there. From Georgia, we go to the Tar Heel State, North Carolina. Former President Trump, also the projected winner in North Carolina. That battleground he's picking up. In Michigan, though, it is still too close to call in Michigan. As you can see, the former president is ahead by about 4 percentage points, though, but too close to call in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, it is Also, too close to call at this hour. But as you can see, once again, former President Trump with a slight lead over the vice president. Out west in Nevada, it is too close to call there. And in Arizona, it is too early to call in Arizona. But again, as we've been talking about here, Kate, the path to 270, an uphill slog, if not impossible, for Vice President Harris.
That's right. You see a lot of red on that map, and we're waiting for two key battleground states right now, for Michigan and Wisconsin, to get more data there. Arizona and New Mexico may take longer. Let's take a look at the Senate, the balance of power right now. This is the other big headline tonight, this morning. 51 Republicans now in the Senate. That gives Republicans control of the Senate. You remember Democrats had control before this evening. Now it is a Senate controlled by Republicans. And in the House, it's still early. We still have 62 uncalled races, but right now, Republicans have gained a net of 3 seats in the House. We're watching to see whether Republicans continue to hold the majority and have the speakership, or whether Democrats might take control of the House.
And a very good early morning to you on this election night. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow. We're saying good morning to you. There's a very good chance some of you never went to sleep. So for all of you who've been up all night, thanks for staying up with us.
Good chance we didn't go to sleep either.
That's true. And it's not just us, of course. We've got NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. We've got him here with us, as well as Ryan Nobles and Kelly O'Donnell as
I
well.
might have nodded off a little here.
Yeah, did you
How did you do that? There was just
I took a little power nap.
the adrenaline, all of that. I can't do it.
I want to dig into. I mean, there have been a number of surprises
Yeah.
tonight. One of the big surprises, the Latino vote. The Latino voters seem to have really propelled the former president over the top. Can we break that down at all at the big board? Can we dig into the Latino vote?
We can. I want to show you. I'm going to go to Texas because it's actually the cleanest place to show this. But I do want to. Our pollsters put together some analysis here. The number of states where she lost ground among Latinos by 21 points in the state of Pennsylvania, 8 points in the state of Arizona. Compared to 4 years ago. It was 8 points in the state of Arizona.
Didn't materialize
Right.
that.
15 points in Texas, 24 points in North Carolina. It's just right down the line. Another 11 points in Florida, just across the board. But I'll take you to Texas here, because South Texas, we got a county here that has voted Democratic since the 19th century, that is going to go Republican for the first time. I think I have it down here. I think it's Starr County right here. This is probably the best example. It looks like it's going to hold. But again, this is Biden carried it by 5 points. Just give you, Hillary Clinton carried it by over 60 points, okay? Wow. This is how fast South Texas, this is just one county right on the border. This is Starr County. Again, the last time it's been since the 19th century that the Democrats have carried this county every single time. And I can just go here. I'll show you. Well, let me take you to other counties here so you can see.
That's a fucking blender, man.
Let me get you back down to Texas.
Chuck, can we see in that county the Latino vote? Is that possible?
Well, it's mostly, these are majority Latino counties.
Counties, right.
So just to tell you, so here's another one here. So you could see just the change in over 2 cycles. Again, Clinton carries this county by 37 points. Biden carries the county by 12. Trump carries it by 3. So this has just been a fast transformation all along the southern border. So you got to say to yourself, Latino voters in particular seem to respond to the border issue. And when you see again, this is now as Republican as South Texas has ever been. And this used to be the heart and soul. Part of the problem now that Democrats can't target Texas, they always thought, well, South Texas was going to be, you take South Texas and couple it with Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio and Austin, and they thought that was the math to make them competitive statewide. The problem is they're losing South Texas, and they're losing it, as you can see, by gigantic numbers. The swing is just gigantic down there. And again, that's Texas. We've seen it. I told you, every single swing state. We've seen it across the board, and these are some major ones. And I see we've got somebody here who knows a lot about what's going on in the state of Texas, but he probably knows Starr County really well. I mean, that's the gut punch of the night, I think, or the exclamation point if you're on one side of the aisle, the gut punch if you're on the other side of the aisle of what of what happened with the Latino vote in the Democratic Party.
Referencing Secretary Castro. Secretary Castro, stand by, because we do want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about what we've been discussing here, the Hispanic vote. Abraham Enriquez, founder of Bienvenido US, staunch Trump supporter. Carlos Curbelo, former GOP congressman from Florida, also staying up very late. Apparently no one's turned on the lights there in that studio for you. We do have lights here, though, for Secretary Julian Castro, former Housing and Urban Development Secretary in the Obama administration. Secretary, I'll start with you. I heard something interesting last hour from your former colleague, Secretary Jay Johnson, a former Secretary of Homeland Security. He said something that stayed with me. This idea that we continue to treat minority groups, especially in this country, as monolithic. This idea that there is a Latino voter or a black voter or a woman voter, when apparently, based on what we've seen tonight, couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, what I see tonight basically is, well, first of all, something happened between 2016 and 2020, because the first significant drop-off that we saw, especially in places like South Texas, was not this year, but in 2020. And so the Democratic Party is going to have to basically do the inverse of what the Republican Party did in 2012, which is an autopsy to try and figure out what happened there. But I think to a large extent, what you're starting to see is that the Latino community, other communities are dividing or cleaving along the ways that every other community is. Urban versus rural, education level, and so forth. And especially when you compare, I'm looking forward to comparing, for instance, what happened in South Texas or other rural communities, small town communities with Latinos versus in the big cities. I bet that you're going to find that the drop-off was especially pronounced in those smaller communities versus big urban areas, for instance.
What's puzzling maybe, too, is that President Trump ran on a platform of a mass deportation of immigrants. So you sort of wonder if some of those who voted for him in those southern Texas counties are maybe second, third generation. They've been here a long time.
I think that's part of it. Also, if you compare the focus of the immigration debate of the last couple of years versus the 2010, 2012, 2014 DACA and DAPA timeframe, the focus of the last couple of years was almost exclusively on people who were literally just getting here. And so I think that there was a division that was created there that was very different from when the people that were targeted many years ago by Prop 187 or, you know, SB 1070 in Arizona, or the DACA conversation was around, where people who had been here for a long time, who had roots, who were part of their neighborhoods and their communities. And that, I think, made it easier to create that division within even the Latino community.
Congressman Curbelo, let me bring you into the conversation there. Again, you are in Florida. Before we dig into more of this part of the conversation about the Latino vote and the Hispanic vote, I want to ask you a very simple question about the results tonight. Again, we haven't called the election, but I think we all can acknowledge where this thing is headed. Did Donald Trump win this race, or did Kamala Harris lose this race?
Look, I think Donald Trump won this race, and in part, it's because the Biden-Harris administration failed to unite the country, Craig. What people wanted from Joe Biden in 2020, what they were looking for at that time, was to turn the page, to bring the country together, to have a healer in the White House. That is what Joe Biden promised to do. When we look at how people feel about the country, that right track, wrong track question in polling, it's obvious that he failed. And I really think that's what opened the door to the second Trump presidency. Now, when it comes to the Latino vote, look, I think we can confidently declare tonight, Craig, that this idea that demography is destiny, right? What Democrats have been saying for over a decade, that as the American population would diversify, that meant that the Democratic Party would automatically grow. That is obviously not true. It's pretty clear that Democrats were taking a lot of those voters for granted, and now a lot of those voters are turning around and supporting Republicans and Donald Trump. And then the second thing I would say is that what's really hurt Democrats with Latinos isn't so much a policy issue or any specific policies, but culture and the way that Democrats talk about this country. For a long time, Democrats have emphasized the country's flaws. The country has been described as a racist country, an oppressive country, and without question, this country is flawed. But I don't think the average Hispanic can relate to that description of America. Most Hispanic families feel very, very fortunate to be here, and they fled places that are far more flawed than our country.
Let me bring in Abraham Enriquez. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're the founder of Bienvenido US, which, as I understand it, you did a lot of work for President Trump on the ground level. You know, there were people before tonight saying that President Trump wasn't doing as much as Vice President Harris was, getting out the vote, door knocking. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, so tonight is such a surreal moment for me because I had just graduated college, and I saw there was a need to engage with young Hispanics. You have to understand that the average age of Hispanics in America, 29 years old, meaning we're the youngest racial demographic in the country, as well as 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls are second and third generation. What does that mean? That means we're assimilating to American culture better. Most of us speak English as our first language, and a lot of us have a college degree. So this idea that we have to be spoken to about that the only issues that we care about is immigration reform and amnesty for all just doesn't hit with 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls. So when President Trump invited me to the White House to launch Bienvenido, I had 2 years of front row seat to see the policies that benefited our community, which is why in November of 2022, we were the first organization to endorse him. And this election cycle, we put in $3 million across 5 different battleground states to ensure that we were increasing that Hispanic vote. So tonight, being able to say that we delivered 45% of the Hispanic vote for President Trump is something that it doesn't surprise me because he has made himself available to the community. Yeah, it's important to have Hispanic celebrities endorse you, I guess. But what's more important is having President Trump visit a cafecito shop in Miami or a bodega in the Bronx or a tiendita in Las Vegas. So President Trump decided to really break down the coalition and provide himself as the biggest surrogate to the Hispanic community. And well, tonight we see that paid off.
Curious, Abraham, are you hoping for any kind of role in the new administration?
I love Texas, and I do not see myself going to D.C. I think my biggest support is staying here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want to come back to you, Secretary, for just a moment here, because as you have probably already seen, the Monday morning quarterbacking has already started in earnest on social media. You know, had Kamala Harris picked Josh Shapiro, would it have turned out differently? Had she spent more time focused on the mail vote and the waning days of the campaign, would it have turned out differently? For you, I would imagine it probably hits a little different because one of the things that I found striking in the last few weeks of the campaign, your former boss, Barack Obama, day in, day out, night in, night out, rally after rally, trying to pull Kamala Harris over the finish line, and he couldn't do it. No celebrity could do it. Beyonce, I mean, it was just Taylor Swift, Oprah, all of these celebrities who came out and were so vocal in their support of the vice president, they didn't move the needle. What does that tell you, if anything?
What it tells me is that it's something deeper than that. I don't think that any one thing, a different selection of a vice presidential candidate, a running mate, would have made that difference. I think that Kamala Harris was dealt a very difficult hand. Nobody else in history had to do a 100-day sprint to the finish. I think in many ways on inflation, on other issues, that the narrative was set. And probably it would have been a lot better chance of winning if President Biden had stepped aside sooner and there had been more opportunity to actually reset a new narrative. But we'll never know. These were very unusual circumstances. She was trying to do something unprecedented. And then, Craig, I think also at a bigger picture level, 15 years ago, before Barack Obama was elected, if somebody had said, you know what, we're going to ask the United States to elect a black woman president, most people would have said, what? Yeah. That's not going to happen for 30 or 40 years. And what breaks my heart is to think at a bigger level that it's beyond any of these sort of, you know, one-off issues that are happening right now, but it's still some of the ingrained challenges.
You can say the quiet part out loud.
No, I mean, that we face, you know, with racism among some people and misogyny among some people. I don't think we're grappling enough with some of those larger issues right now yet either.
All right, Secretary Castro, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and a big thanks as well to our other two insiders.
It's crazy how
we still have
you lose at something and then it's never your fault for losing. It's all the ism. It's racism, sexism, and all that shit.
But did it turn out as they had hoped? We're going to take a look at that part of the story next.
That's crazy. To never be able to take accountability for your failures. Making excuses.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. As a result of Roe v. Wade being overturned, abortion rights initiatives, as you know, made their way onto the ballot in 10 states on this election night. For a check on the results, we're going to go over to Ryan Nobles. He's at the data wall for us. Ryan?
Yeah, Kate, I think we're going to talk about this for quite a while after this election, about how abortion played a role in this particular vote, because there were a number of motivating factors that brought people to the polls as it relates to abortion, because there were so many of these referendums that were on the ballot. I want to show you a couple of them, in particular, the two places where they failed. This is the first time that we've seen measures like this actually fail at the statewide level. In Florida, a majority of the people of Florida did vote to protect abortion rights, but this needed a supermajority in order to get there. It fell short of that at only 57%. In South Dakota, a very conservative state, probably not that big of a surprise, this measure fails 61 to 39%. But let me show you a place where it passed that may come as a bit of a surprise, and that's Montana, a very conservative state. Donald Trump won this state very easily. We're still waiting the results of the Montana Senate race right now, but it looks like Jon Tester is in a difficult position there, the incumbent. They still vote in favor of abortion rights. Now, look across the map, and you see all these different states where in each opportunity, voters went to the polls looking for an opportunity to codify abortion rights. It happened in Arizona. That's a state that's leaning towards President Trump right now. It happened in Nevada. Republicans are doing very, very well there. Missouri, Donald Trump won easily there. They won the Senate race there. New York, obviously a blue state. Maryland, a blue state. And Colorado, a blue state. So where are we still looking to see this? Well, there's one other state where there was a bit of an interesting dynamic, and that is in Nebraska. They actually put two measures on the ballot, and the way they decided to work this out is unanimous. Whichever one of these measures got the biggest raw vote total, that's what was going to be put into practice. And in this case, it was the second one, their second option here. And basically, this put into the situation I'm sorry, it's actually this one. I'm looking at the things wrong. So it actually prohibits abortion after the first trimester, which is essentially codifying an abortion ban. Now, there are exceptions in this for rape, incest, life of the mother, things along those lines after you get past the first trimester. But this is essentially codifying an abortion ban at 55 to 45%. Now, Democrats had really hoped that abortion would be a driving factor for their voters, and Kamala Harris made it kind of the central point of her campaign. But what we saw when you look at these results in many of these states, there was still people voting against the idea of abortion being banned, but not transferring that vote to Democrats, at least not in every single state, including some of the states where it mattered the most, guys.
All right, you know, you look good over there at the data wall, but you look better over here at the desk. Come on home, Ryan. Kelly O'Donnell is still staying up with us. So let's pick up where Ryan left off there, Kelly O, because what do you think happened in terms of that particular issue being a galvanizing issue for Democrats?
One thing is how Ryan laid it out, that if people are faced with a decision that is discreetly about abortion, and they have an opportunity to evaluate that and change the law in their state, they were motivated to do that. They weren't willing to confer that to leadership at a national level for Kamala Harris. Part of me wonders if so much of this is still baked in, the newness of her candidacy, how she was not as well known broadly. And to some degree, it is a mystery at this early hour because it was so dominant among so many of the voices.
So many ads.
So many. Yeah. And even in a lot of the polling talking about how important the issue was.
You know, it was interesting. We did a lot of focus groups leading up to this. There was one focus group where they asked this specific question of Pennsylvania voters. And you talk about a state like Pennsylvania, which had codified abortion rights there. And then you say in these focus groups, they actually asked, are you more concerned about abortion or the economy? Well, I'm more concerned about abortion. The second question, follow-up question in the focus group was, what if I told you that in your state, abortion is protected? You don't have to worry about that. Oh, well, now I'm worried about the economy. And so not worried about it at the national level if they felt protected in their own state. Yeah, and this is why I say this is going to be one of these things we're going to have to dissect after the fact. Because if you walked into that voting booth and you thought, oh, look, I have an opportunity here, independent of anything else, to protect abortion rights in my state, now I can vote on every other issue. And in some cases, they felt
Harris
that God
couldn't explain how she was going to get
Right.
a national protection enacted.
Right.
Meanwhile, to make your point, Mike Rogers, who's the Republican nominee for Senate, and right now is leading in Michigan, very late in the campaign. In fact, I thought it was too late to fix his problem on reproductive rights. Had his wife do a direct-to-camera, essentially saying he is not going to do anything. You know, Michigan is already codified. You're okay. You're okay. And he's not going to do anything to change Michigan's law.
Larry Hogan tried that in Maryland.
He did, right. Well, not a swing state,
Yes.
Arguably. But it was interesting that they did it so late. In fact, I was like, wow, that's awfully late. It might be too late. But it may not have been. We'll see.
Former President Trump, actually, I mean, he distanced himself from a lot of that. And of course, at one point, a few weeks ago,
I think that's the key.
Declaring himself the father of IVF.
No, I think him muddying his message gave the permission slip to somebody who was inclined to support Trump, but also is in favor of abortion rights. I mean, look, you can't win Florida by the margin he did. 57% supported this amendment.
Right.
It came up short because of the 60% threshold, but 57%. So that's quite a few Trump voters voting.
And when we talk about the influence that Donald Trump's going to have on this new government when he takes the presidency, you have to wonder, there are going to be a group of Republicans in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, who are going to want to push for a national abortion ban. Can Donald Trump prevent them from introducing that? Because I think that's going to be one of the big.
He has never said, has he, Ryan? President Trump has never said.
Ryan, what's the line?
He would veto.
But what's the number? 15 weeks. Is it 15 weeks?
Right.
Because if it's 15 weeks, is that going to be considered a ban? Or is that going to be considered to Floridians and Texans who are dealing with 6-week bans and Iowans? an improvement.
Right.
Just
and
something to think
that
about.
was the question Hallie Jackson asked Kamala Harris, if you remember.
She wouldn't touch it.
And she would not touch it because the Overton
wouldn't put the
window,
actual
right? The
timeline.
Overton window on abortion has changed. That's the reality. That's one of the things we have to remember here. This isn't about a ban. It's about where it stops and ends.
Clearly, we have a lot more to discuss. We have a lot more special coverage of the 2024 election as former President Trump closes in on the White House. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And welcome back to our continuing election coverage. While former President Trump made inroads with Latinos and younger voters, Vice President Harris performed well among college graduates. But that doesn't appear to have been enough to push her over the finish line. How significant was the growing education divide? And what does that mean for Democrats moving forward? We want to pick up on that part of the conversation right now. Again, we're just getting some of the exit polling data in, so I don't know if we really know too much about that at this point. Chuck, do we?
No, I think that's something that we got to continue to unpack.
It's over the next few days. Okay.
And, yeah, I think so.
But is it, I mean, based on what you've shown us so far throughout the night, she underperformed with just about every other group. There's probably no reason to...
There's no reason to think, I mean, look, yes, you know, the Democratic coalition, she put about 93% of it together.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we are drawing these broad conclusions. This still was a 2-point race in Georgia, a 2.5-point race in North Carolina. It's going to be about a 1.5-point race in Pennsylvania, a 1-point race. I mean, we are going to sit here and look. It's going to be the biggest margin Trump has had.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
It's
compared
not
to
a
60.
blowout.
It is not. So it is going to be one of those things where I'm already sensing the Democrats are reacting to this the way they reacted to their 88 defeat. I know I'm going way back, but that was sort of the end of the union-led liberal wing of the Democratic Party, was that 88 defeat by Dukakis, because they really thought they were going to win that election. That was when they were up 17 points, according to some polling, literally 90 days before Election Day, and then they got blown out.
Lost all but one
Wasn't
state.
it the ad in the
lots of
commercial in the tank?
There was plenty
There
of
were
symbolisms there. I
lots
think there
more.
were a lot. But here you have, it was a real knockdown, drag-out fight inside the Democratic Party between sort of the traditional labor, liberal wing of the party and this governor from Arkansas, who is leading the moderates, called the DLC at the time. I think we're going to see something similar where the progressives and sort of the non-progressive, whatever you want to call them these days, that's going to be the first fight.
The battle for the soul of the new Democratic Party.
The new Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Chuck, don't go anywhere. Believe it or not, we've got much, much more. Our live special coverage of the election 2024 continues right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little bit crazy. Thanks for talking to me. Good day, good day.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Five a.m. on the East Coast, 2 a.m. on the West Coast, on what can only be described as an historic election night, as Donald J. Trump is on the verge of returning to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The former president speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago earlier this morning. Here is part of what he said.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Mr. Trump has declared victory. The NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Mr. Trump, but realistically, Kamala Harris has no viable path to 270 electoral college votes. In fact, let's take a look at where things stand right now. We'll start in those battleground states that we have been talking about ad nauseum. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the projected winner there, former President Trump. From Pennsylvania to Georgia, in Georgia, former President Trump, the projected winner there, picking up Georgia's 16 electoral votes as well. 99% of the vote is in there in Georgia, by the way. North Carolina, Donald Trump also the projected winner there in North Carolina. From North Carolina, we go to Michigan. In Michigan, it is still too close to call. The difference, as you can see there, 102,000 votes. We are still waiting for a lot of those votes in Wayne County. If you're counting votes in Wayne County, pick it up. Wisconsin, too close to call in Wisconsin. President Trump, as you can see there, with a slight edge over Vice President Harris. From Wisconsin, we go out west to Nevada. Didn't expect to be able to call Nevada at this point anyway. Too close to call there. Difference of about 57,000 votes. And in Arizona, it is still too early to call, but as you can see, former President Trump still poised there in Arizona to perhaps pick up the 11 electoral votes there. There's the map, Kate.
Yeah, there it is. A lot of red on that map. And we'll go to Chuck to explain that there are really no paths here for Vice President Harris anymore. But before we do that, can I just pull up the Senate balance of power to remind folks, or if someone's just tuning in, Republicans have taken control of the upper chamber, the Senate, with a 51-seat majority to 41 for Democrats, with some outstanding races still yet to come. And then in the House, we're still waiting for 62 races, and it may take days for some of these to be called. But at this moment, Republicans have a net gain of 3. Remember, Republicans have been controlling the House, so it's a question of whether they keep that control or Democrats take over control.
And a good morning to you. Craig Melvin here alongside Kate Snow. And again, the big story right now, just after 5 a.m. on the East Coast, Donald Trump's perhaps improbable, but certainly historic political comeback. Also joined by Kelly O'Donnell, joined by Ryan Nobles as well. Chuck Todd over at his trusty big board. Chuck, what are you looking at here at 5 a.m.?
Well, we got 7 uncalled states here, Maine and New Hampshire. Kamala Harris is leading in both of those. Then you have Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. Donald Trump is leading in all of those. He really just needs one of the 4 of the battlegrounds, or Alaska plus the 1 congressional district in Maine. Maine is the other state that splits its congressional district. I will tell you, the state that we expect to see something pretty soon is in here. We've been waiting for some vote in Milwaukee. We're still waiting for it, but it's our understanding that it is being inserted into the system here. So we want to see, is there enough vote in Milwaukee that she could actually make up what she would need in order to catch Donald Trump? Can she find 111,000 votes essentially here? We think essentially she's got to win all but 5,000 votes remaining if our numbers are accurate. But again, this is a stronghold of hers, Milwaukee County. So we will wait and see what those numbers look like. But you know, I hate to say we're on the verge of, because you never know when it comes to counting votes and this. But this one, it is hard to see. It would take a counting miracle for Kamala Harris to catch Donald Trump here, and it's just probably just a matter of time here in Wisconsin. And that's probably the state of the 7 that is the most ripe for moving off our board.
And do you see Mr. Trump exceeding his 2016 304?
Oh, he's going to exceed his 2016. I mean, he is well on his way to winning the popular vote, and there's a reason for this. I mean, I think we've been spending a lot of times in the battlegrounds, but his improvement all over the country. Let me just take you to New Jersey. You got 89% in. Harris is only going to win New Jersey by 5 points. Just to remind you, Joe Biden won it by 16 points. I already showed you Illinois
and Virginia,
an early hour. In all of these blue states, what I would call blue states that, when I first started this, were actually swing states. Believe it or not, my first election, New Jersey, Illinois, those were swing states. Virginia was a deep red state, wasn't a swing state back then. But in all of these sort of what we used to think of as dark blue states look like blue tonight. And you have to say there's the 2 demographic groups that you keep asking why that is. One is clearly Hispanics, particularly Hispanic men, and the other is younger voters in general, but mostly younger men. This was not the dominant demographic that Democrats were counting on. Young voters arguably powered Democrats in the last 4 presidential elections. Not this time.
Yeah, if this was a battle of the sexes, it would seem as if men won tonight.
Well, in terms of their vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I change the subject a little bit and go to Kelly and Ryan on the question of what changes? We've talked about what policies will change, what the cabinet might look like for President Trump. What changes culturally in this country with an election? Again, we haven't called it yet, but if President Trump becomes the next president again, what kind of culture changes do we see, Ryan or Kelly? Because you think about the way he ran this campaign, a lot of ads on transgender issues.
And he linked those ads to male-dominated audiences.
That's right. Sure.
And so if you look at some of the movement to have greater understanding on those issues, to have policies that protect those individuals, that seems to be vulnerable based on his apparent success here. And then just looking at the national conversation, there will be more of an America First approach. There will be more of almost an us and them tone, which was a big undercurrent in what he would talk about. And you know, the term woke or, you know, any of those things.
I think wokeism may have died tonight.
Woke might be dormant for a bit.
DEI? Is that another
DEI,
thing?
that's another big one.
Defund the police.
Yes,
Right.
those sorts of things.
If you're going to encapsulate it, it would be the end of woke. I mean, I think that's the message that Donald Trump and his supporters, I'm sure, are sending across the board. And it's something that's manifested itself in these podcasts. It's manifested itself on the internet. I mean, X or Twitter has become kind of a haven for all of this. And
it's not lost on me that one of the few successful losing candidates tonight was not a Democrat, but somebody who was progressive, but spoke like how people talk. And that's Dan Osborne, the losing independent Senate candidate. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter, but he was basically, hey, I'm a mechanic. Yeah. And he didn't buy, and, you know, yes, he would curse, and yes, he would. I mean, no different than Trump. John Fetterman.
This was a campaign of cursing.
It was a campaign of cursing. I mean, you know, this is not your grandmother's campaign anymore, okay? I mean,
even in the ads.
And my grandmother actually still might be listening. She can't see as well anymore, but she does listen to our coverage. And that is, you know, there are some Democrats that sort of saw this sooner. Fetterman being one. You know, I think Fetterman could end up being an interesting sort of North Star for the party. Right. He's a guy who's figured out how to win. He was basically a working class Democrat that has stayed a Democrat. Well, essentially, all of his brethren where he grew up are clearly have moved towards Trump. So I think Fetterman could end up playing a pretty big role in whatever the party's gonna, wherever they're going to next. Because Fetterman seems to get it a little bit more than, you know, look where he was in Israel too. So he's not been a predictable politician.
Two things. First of all, if your grandmother is watching or listening, hello, Grandma.
Yeah.
Secondly, to Kate's point, how much of a conundrum would this present for Democrats? I mean, here's a party that has always had to appeal to this big tent. You've got blacks, you've got gays, you had Hispanics. You've got such a broad coalition that every 2 years you've got to figure out how to appeal to all those folks. How do you now do that?
I think don't try to be a xylophone. I'm going to use that's an old Chris Matthews thing. He said, you know, where you feel like you have to play a note for this group and a note for this group and a note for this group. You know, ultimately, why was Barack Obama successful at building that big coalition? Because he didn't have separate notes, right? He was trying to find more unifying messages. And I'll tell you, I thought Carlos Corbello earlier made an interesting point about, you asked him, did Donald Trump win this election? Yeah. And he said something that I thought was really smart. He said, no, you got to remember, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris failed to unite the country. And that was the mandate that they were sent. And I don't think that is the mandate that they thought they were sent, or certainly that the Biden administration did. As Abigail Spanberger, who was a congresswoman who was leaving, said, you know, the country didn't elect another FDR. You know, was basically throwing shade back at a former chief of staff to President Biden who said, we're just like FDR. And it's like, that is not what the country wanted. The country wanted to be turn the temperature down and bring us together.
And Harris tried that, though. She talked about having a Republican in her cabinet. She talked about common sense proposals. Moving forward.
Right.
And she had a lot of the progressive part of her party kind of sitting quietly
But did she do enough, right? Did she do enough to push back on her own positions? You know, it's really tough to be branded you know, I'm really having a lot of flashbacks to 2004. John Kerry's loss, you know, he's the last Democrat to lose the popular vote. and Kamala Harris, they both had a couple of brands that they couldn't shake.
The flip-flop.
Well, no, it's simply being where you're from. Massachusetts, liberal. Right. We've not elected a Massachusetts liberal president, and after a couple of attempts, or San Francisco Democrat. Right. You know, it may not be fair, but it's a label that sticks in a way that doesn't come across as mainstream to a lot of Americans.
And when I think we talk about the end of woke, what does that mean? I think what Donald Trump is at least attempting to prove with this win here tonight is that you can make a pitch to a broad swath of Americans that find themselves maybe in the same economic conditions, that live in the same style of area of the country, meaning more rural versus urban. And it doesn't matter if they're black, if they're white, if they're Latino, if they're gay. But if you tell them you're not doing as well as you should be doing, regardless of what you look like, and I can fix that, and it's not within the prism of how they look at themselves in the mirror, that seemed to be a message that resonated, and that may be one of the areas that Democrats have to work on.
We've got to get overseas.
Yeah, let's turn to NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's going to join us with the international reaction to the results of the U.S. presidential election. And Keir, it's daytime. What time is it where you are right now, Keir? You've been up for hours.
Yeah, it's 2:15 in the afternoon here in the UAE. So yeah.
So yeah, give us a sense for what's the morning headlines and into the day. What has it been?
Well, look, you know, this changes things globally, right? And there are those around the world who are anxious about that, and there are those that are excited about that. So we've been talking to Gulf diplomats, Saudi, Emiratis here, Qatar, who aren't authorized to speak on the record, have been saying things like, wow, stunning, saying that they have been glued to the televisions, fascinated. Listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, quick to congratulate Donald Trump, saying this is a huge victory, and then signing off his message in true friendship. What a split screen with President Erdogan of Turkey, who, you know, has been highly critical, to say the least, of Israel, saying, I congratulate my friend, President Trump. So both trying to say, this is my friend who's been elected. An entirely different tone, for example, as you would expect from the Iranians, an Iranian spokesman saying, U.S. elections do not concern us and will not affect Iranians' livelihoods. Well, we'll see about that. A similar kind of dismissive tone from Hamas. And then we're hearing too from the Russians, a Russian foreign ministry spokesman saying simply, hallelujah.
Okay. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there in the afternoon. Keir, thank you. I want to turn to Brian Chung now, business data. Brian Chung, business and data reporter. Brian, let's see, it's 5:15, looks like. So we're about 4 hours away from the markets opening here. Any indications so far how the markets are responding?
Yeah, well, I mean, luckily we also have futures markets, so we can see the implied pricing for when that open does happen at 9:30. And it's really rocketing higher. I mean, every few minutes that I take a look, it seems like it goes even higher when you take a look at the Dow Jones. These are the point increases. I can tell you that the Dow Jones up about 1,100, 1,200 points would be about 2.8%, almost 3%. That's pretty notable. And when we look at some foreign markets as well, you're looking at green across the board. Whether you look at the Nikkei, the Japanese markets going higher, although that was before a lot of the key battleground states were called. Look, I was messaging with a tech analyst that is still up at this hour for some reason. He was telling me that the results of Trump potentially winning this would be, quote, a dream for a tech bull. And the reason why is because if you have at the FTC, for example, Lina Khan, who's been very aggressive against consolidation, not just the tech space, but broadly among big corporate America, well, then that would be largely bullish for stocks. And I think that's one thinking that's happening and coalescing in Wall Street already.
Okay, but he wants to introduce a massive tariff regime that would be upending trade around the world. So, I mean, this could be catastrophic to the world economy if it's implemented.
Yeah, and look, economists that I have talked to have said that that would likely be inflationary. If you slap a 60% tariff on all Chinese goods, and not only that, a 20% blanket tariff on anything coming in from any other country, well, what would that do? If you're an American company that has to pay those tariffs to import your goods, you likely pass that cost.
Right, so what I'm curious is why are the markets not pricing that fear in?
Well, I think big tech is the big thing, right? I mean, big tech and Facebook, you're not importing anything physically coming in from other countries. So for those companies, they like the idea of potentially not having an FTC that's going to be as harsh on consolidation. Although Trump has been very hard on the likes of Facebook and Meta, right?
A corporate tax break, perhaps? I mean, that's got to be.
And I think that's a big piece as well. I want to call attention just really quickly to two specific stocks. After Trump mentioned Elon Musk in his speech, we saw Tesla in post-market trading on at least the Robinhood platform up by about, I think right now, 15%. And then Trump's own stock, Trump Media Group, right, DJT.
That's like been a polling EKG.
It's up 33%. That implies another $1 billion in net worth for the president,
Which
just
is,
off of
which
that
is
post-market.
fascinating, since at one point yesterday they'd actually paused trading.
Because it was so volatile.
Right.
That's right.
Brian, thank you. Don't go far. Our special coverage of this 2024 election is going to continue. Ballots, by the way, still being counted, especially in Wayne County, but also being counted. I am. Pick it up there at Wayne County. Pick it up. But they're being counted in Wisconsin and some other states as well. President Trump on the verge of returning to the White House. We'll talk a little bit more about what that could mean and perhaps what it won't mean right after this.
Okay, that's gonna be it for me. I'll see you later. Was fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the follows and shit. And yeah, see you later. Bye bye.